Good morning and welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground. One-day cricket is back here in Derby. August very much the one-day month for Derbyshire Falcons men and women. The men kicking off their 50-over campaign down at Cheltenham College on Tuesday, and the women resuming theirs here in Derby against the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. There was one win for Derbyshire over Northants. That was at Northampton, and then Northamptonshire won here at Derby and just missed out on a home finals day in the end. Derbyshire bottom of the league, finished bottom of their group in the Blast as well, looking to get back to winning ways. They haven't won here at Derby actually in their inaugural year as the Falcons women, and they're back. Claire Jenkins in 50 over action. How did you find as a player going between the different formats?
20 over tended to be more evening league. The 50 over, in fact, when I first started playing what was area cricket and county cricket, it was 60 over. So yeah, 50 over was more like it. Sometimes 40 over, which I suspect some of the players and umpires etc. probably prefer 40 over to 50 over. But yeah, so it was more evening league was 20 over, and the serious cricket for county and club was more 50 over. So that wasn't an issue. We were playing both in the same week. So these batches will help them though, I suspect, because it is a different focus, and obviously there's much more resources in the game now than it was when I played.
Yeah, start and end of the season almost with 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
Quite a busy T20 schedule in the middle. I quite like that.
Yeah, and it's getting everybody involved, isn't it? And with T20, there's always a chance, regardless of how well things are going. You get a bit of luck, or you get a bit of bad luck. Also, the opposite can be true. You get a bit of luck, you get a bit of momentum. So yeah, Falcons doing slightly better in the T20 format, but chance to learn all of those things that they have learnt during those games, because we've got 8 games of T20. So, and given that they don't. These guys who are going to be on the field today are amateurs. They have day jobs, they're students, etc. So playing mostly at weekends and in whatever time they take off, etc. So having those games of T20 behind them now and the experience and beating Northants at Northants, that's got to be some kind of buoyancy for them going into this game potentially.
Yeah, should be a good one. The T20 between these two teams here at Derby went down to the final over. I think Northampton won with 3 balls to spare, and it was a good game of cricket. I'll run you through the two teams. For Derbyshire, Jess Cusa, Lara Shaw, Natasha Allen, Ella Porter, Adriana Darlow, Maria Andrews, Megan Pittman, Harriet Parkin, Rhiannon Knowling-Davis, Francesca Clark and Pagan Hardwick. And for the visiting Steelbacks, Amelia Kemp, Chloe Hill, Michaela Kirk, Beth Ascott, Gemma Marriott, Bella Howarth, Lenny Sims, Mabel Reid, Ella Phillips, Anisha Patel and Emily Carpenter. Of course, Northants have different captains for the different formats. Anisha Patel, the 50 over captain, and Gemma Marriott, who scored an unbeaten 54 here in the T20, is their Blast captain. They've got a debutant as well, Claire, in Chloe Hill, who's on loan from Worcestershire.
Yeah, who's somebody that I recognise from, having done Central Sparks, who are now Warwickshire, but she also played a lot in the regional era. I think she certainly played South East Stars, Southern Vipers, Central Sparks. I've seen her play earlier in the season for Worcestershire. So a player that's popping up in various places. But yeah, so wicketkeeper, of course, and we were talking about this earlier. Teams only have one wicketkeeper. You can't, whilst they could technically wicketkeep and field in one day. Generally, you only want them doing one of their skills. So he's keeping wicket today. Most recently of Worcestershire, I guess. So yeah, that'll be an interesting debut.
So Northamptonshire winning the toss and electing to bowl. They've won 3 out of 4 in the one-day covered a good one-day campaigns. Plenty of runs coming for the Blaze, Loney, as well, Michaela Kirk, who's been crucial for them so far. And the Loneys have been very important, haven't they, for all sides in Tier 2?
Yeah, and we're seeing players pop up all over the place. I mean, Glamorgan certainly have done a lot of useful signings, people coming in and out. They've got a massive squad to call on. And yeah, depending on what sort of resources they've got in terms of supporting that and having that squad. But of course, Glamorgan will go up to Tier 1 in 2 seasons, so they're kind of auditioning a lot of players, I guess, for their thing. So yeah, we're seeing players pop up. But as you said, today, Michaela Kirk from Northampton and a couple of the others, Emily Carpenter and so forth. That they're on loans or have come through academy pathway. So some good cricket on display here. Today's umpires, you can see there on the screen. We've got Laura Spragg, ex-England international, and Amy Coyne. And in the score box, we've got Jane Hough and Terry Tinsley.
Yeah, outcome both. Well, the fielding side and then the two Derbyshire batters, Jess Cooser and Lara Shaw, have been very key. And I guess for them, you know, going between opening in the T20s and then into the One-Day Cup, it's about, you know, looking after your wicket a little bit more, which for such attacking players can be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, you and I commentated on a game earlier in the season, didn't we? And Jess Cooser had a great game there. So we'll be looking forward to some good ball striking here from Derbyshire.
I'll let you take the first 5 overs, Claire, shall I?
Okie dokie. All right, so let's have a look. Who have we got opening the bowling?
Hopefully the numbers are okay.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Let's hope they've got the right numbers on. Emily Carpenter. I'm just getting a bit of the PA there as well. Emily Carpenter. So she's on loan from the Blaze, coming in from the City end.
Should say as well our camera team, many of which were not available today, so it's just the end-to-end cameras, so you'll be reliant on us to describe the ball when it's left your screen.
Yeah, be patient with us. We shall try and let you know what's happening that you actually can't see. Amy Coyne, the umpire, signalling to the scorers who were sat just to our right. We're ready to go. Left arm over. Little edge. Almost looked like an edge there. Came through quickly there, didn't it, Freddie?
Yeah, it did. Good start. And the pitch just a little bit, well, in line with us. We're over to the right side of the media centre. The probably slightly longer boundary was that sort of square leg boundary for Jess Cooser. Always value for runs down the ground here at Derby.
Yes. And she's bowling towards us. That's whipped into the leg side, past the umpire. They're going to get through for a trotted one. So Derbyshire and Cooser off the mark here at the Central Co-op County Ground, Derby.
Yeah, have you been here since the new sponsors come in? I think it was brought in for the England women game here.
Yeah, I think the last time we did our game, I think it was that. Yeah, and definitely the England women's game, because there was lots of the colleagues from said Central Co-op watching that England women's game here earlier in the season. That's played forward, straight back to the bowler. Yeah,
I've heard actually there are the Co-op's one of my local shops actually in Derby, and there's adverts in there, sort of, you know, they have the radio on there, and apparently they do advertise the cricket, so you come down to the ground. It would like a little co-op in here. Would be nice.
Yeah, be handy.
The possibilities of that. But I think there were little stalls and stuff when England women were here.
Yeah, no, it's great. There's certainly lots of staff on duty as that's. Ooh, a little swipey at that one. Missed that one. That's going to keep Chloe Hill interested.
A couple of England women games as well next year, with I think Ireland and New Zealand both playing here, and then it's also been chosen as a T20 World Cup warm-up venue along with Loughborough, and I want to say Cardiff as well. So plenty of international cricket to come.
Great to come watch those things. Get close to the players. Oh, little waft at that one as well. It's a good line and length there from Carpenter.
Probably doesn't come across on the pictures so much, but there's a tinge of green on this pitch. Outfield's taken a bit of a battering from the recent 4-day game against Leicestershire here, where there was no rain. It was just dry for 4 days.
It's a nightmare for ground stuff, isn't it? That long, hot, dry period, and then some vicious rains. As that's played forward, bounced back to the bowler, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. So Derbyshire off the mark with that one that was played into the leg side. Cautious start here. It's sort of overcast. It's warmer than it feels in here out there, but they've got low clouds, so I'm not quite sure how that's going to play out today.
Yeah, sort of 21 degrees, isn't it? It's pleasant,
Yeah.
but you'd bring a jumper, certainly, if you are coming down. It's free entry, as always, so, you know, if you're in the area, it's obviously the longer day with the 50 over game, more time to come down.
Yeah, come and have a nose. Just have a wander in, have a little look, see what's going on. So Northants put themselves into the field, having won the toss this morning. They're going to be bowling away from us this next over. It's Mabel Reid of Essex. Blonde hair, running away from us. This time right arm over to the right-handed Kuza. A bit of shape in the air then. We like that one. We're watching down the line of that, and we like that, don't we?
Yeah, nice bit of movement.
Movement off.
Just play inside the line and hope for the best if you're Jess Kuza. Very good start, and as you say, the cloud cover, nice bowling conditions maybe.
Yeah, the old overheads.
Yeah. Just, I think it can be as much of a placebo as well, can't it?
Oh, yeah.
Certainly it bigs the bowler up in terms of their own confidence.
There's certainly some shape on this ball. Oh, as it's played down and defended by Kuza, and there is no run.
Yeah, a little bit of away movement and nicely watched by Jess Kuza. But yeah, they're darker grey clouds right above, and then a bit of blue sky peeking through. Definitely would have played a little role in Northants looking to bowl first, and they have bowled well in this competition.
Yep, the red heels flying away from us, shape in the air, dobbed down defensively, very respectful. Jess Kuza. She got in that win against Northants, she was the top scorer with 31, so Jess Kuza, so she won a bit more of that.
Yeah, she's had a lot of good starts this season where maybe she's not gone on and she's showed a lot of promise. She did get her first half century in that defeat to Worcestershire up at Chesterfield last month.
That's brilliant. That's played back past the bowler. She'll get 4 runs for that. Just lent on it. First boundary of the day to Derbyshire. Kuza, we were just starting to big her up there. She was certainly the game you and I did earlier in the season, and there were 1 or 2 people here watching saying, who's that girl batting at the top of the order for Derbyshire? So yes, starting to get some reputation as Kuza, which is great.
Yeah, a little bit of a flourish there, nice shot.
It was
down the ground, and you thought for a minute maybe it's just going to be 1 down to mid-on, but she knew straight away there was no chance.
She just pushed it, didn't she? She's just defending that one, and there is no run on that one. So yeah, so Derbyshire 5 without loss. Halfway through the second over. It was a nice shot actually. She just leant on it, and as you mentioned, the boundaries behind the wicket, certainly the one on the far end, which wasn't the one she was aiming at, is looks short from here. Well, that's played into the leg side, spins around on that one. There is a fielder who's going to cut that off fairly simply, about 10 yards from the rope, and they get through for 2. 2 more to the score. 7 without loss, and that's the end of the over. 2 overs down. Falcons women are 7 without loss. Kuza on 7, and Shaw yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, watchful start. Kuza certainly in form. Lara Shaw, you know what she can do with the bat, and you know you just have to value your time at the wicket more in this format. When you have been playing T20s week in, week out, you know it is a bit of an adjustment. But remembering you've got the 10 over power play and just to try and be there at the end of it, really. But also there's that pressure, isn't there, to cash in, you know, while those fielding restrictions are in place.
That's right. So 10 over power play. That's played into the leg side, not necessarily convincingly, but certainly enough for 1. Fielder throws that back in. Just another 1 to the total. Yes, 10 overs power play, and that is to do with the fielding circle, which in the women's game is 25 yards circle. That's different to the men's game. In the men's game, it's 30 yards, and the numbers inside and outside that circle are different in the men's game. But in the women's game, 25 yard circle, and in these first 10, only 2 allowed out. They've got a sweeper on the leg side. Oh, and a deep third, as that's just knocked down by Kuza, and there is no run. Yeah, so the fielders that they've got is a deep third and a sweeper on the leg side boundary. So just those 2 allowed outside that 25 yard circle.
1 slip in as well in Anisha Patel, which makes plenty of sense.
See, Anish Patel is another player that I know from Central Sparks, ex-Warwickshire captain. So these 2 will know each other, the wicketkeeper and the slip. That's belted into the offside. It's going to be 4 runs. Underneath the fielder, making the most of those fielding restrictions we've just spoken about. So that was illustrating that point quite nicely. 4 more to the total. Falcons 12 without loss. Cooser on 11. Shaw on 1. So Shaw, in the preview to this game, apparently in the Metro Bank, she's averaging 70, almost 70, which is...
She had a very good start to the season and then had a hand injury, I think, fielding, and that kept her out of a couple of games before the T20 started, so that was a big loss. But, yeah, clearly she'll be wanting to pick up where she left off a few months ago.
Getting some nice scores as Cooser comes forward, leans on that one, but the fielder does a lovely rolling stop there. Charlie Dean-esque. Always one for a bit of mayo is Charlie Dean. Bit of a Dean roll there from the fielder on the circuit there.
I guess because we have had some rain, it's not quite rock hard to be rolling around, which is a little bit nicer.
A little more comfortable, certainly with trousers on. And we used to play in skirts, but that's in the dark ages as bowler comes in again. Oh, a big swipe at that one, straight to the wicket keeper. That was a bit of a rush of blood to the head from Cooser, who's having a little walk to have a little word with herself. She's having a word with herself there. That was a little rash, shall we say. Swish at the ball there from Jess Cooser. Somebody's wanted to get the ball away, which is all very good, but Emily Carpenter is bowling a nice line here.
She did miss it by quite a way, luckily for Derbyshire.
Yeah. That's played past the cover fielder. They're going to get 4 for that, I think, as well. Yeah, as it rolls away and over the rope, the far distance from us, another 4 to the total. So they're getting away here. Falcons women, 16 without loss. Cooser on 15 and Shaw on 1. That's 3 overs ticked off. And in this Women's Metro Bank One-Day Cup at the Central Co-op County Ground, Derby.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots through the offside there by Cooser. Her favourite really is that pick-up over long off sort of cow corner where she can often get caught once, sort of outside the power play, and once you've got a fielder down there, she's prone to hitting one massive 6 and then trying to go again. And again, this switch to the format is where, you've got to be a little bit more sensible, pick your moments to go big.
Yeah, Reed in again. Nice shape in the air. I don't quite how that missed the off stump there. It's a beautiful line. Bowled by Reed. Mabel Reed of Essex.
Yeah, Derbyshire's bowling attack will be hoping these bowling conditions are the same.
Yeah.
When it's their turn, when you look at the likes of Pagan Hardwick, Rhiannon Noling-Davis, Francesca Clark, plenty of spin options as well. Maria Andrews back in the side.
Yeah. Shape in the air there. That's played into the leg side. It's gone into a gap. I think it's going to get hauled back where you can't see. Yes, it is. It's going to stop about 10 yards from the boundary. So they're just going to get in the 2 there.
Yeah, one day we'll have a game where we can see the entire boundary. But they've kept the boundaries big,
it's
actually,
good.
Haven't they?
I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I would also move that 25-yard circle back to 30 yards because I think having the fielders that close makes it. It's supposed to be an advantage to the batting side, and I think having them that close, it makes it the opposite. Shape in the air, that's played into the leg side, but it's going to get cut off at the 25-yard circle, and there is no run.
Well, yeah, because I guess if the boundaries are the same size as the men's game, then why not the fielding circle?
I mean, when you see some of the big 6s, you mentioned Cooser can hit a decent 6. I don't think it's going to make that much difference. Of course, the sponsors, the problem at various levels, the sponsors want to see 4s and 6s, but not to say that they're going to be that many more. We might get a few 3s run and stuff. That's the other thing about having a wider boundary. My theory about where the boundary's right, there was no score off that one. My theory about the boundaries is it's the right length if you can possibly run a 3, which I think probably would be true of today, because as you mentioned, there's a bit of damp in the outfield that might hold it up a bit. So I think if you drop it into a pocket, there's a chance of running a 3, which will get the scorers excited as that's worked into the offside, but not for a run. And Cooser looks, Reader rather. Shaw, I'll get them names right in a minute. Lara Shaw looks slightly frustrated with herself at not being able to get that ball away in the offside. But they're bowling a nice line here, Northants, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They've kept the slip in, and rightly so. They're going to go seam heavy in the power play, you'd imagine.
Yeah, captain at slip, Nish Patel. That's played through a gap. That's going to be a lovely one. 4 more runs to Jess Cooser. Oh, I can get the names wrong. Lara Shaw. Beg your pardon, Lara Shaw. But it was a beautiful shot through the covers there. Slight bounce and bubble, but never in doubt. Straight through a gap. That's the end of the over also. So Falcons women are 22 without loss. Cooser on 15, Shaw on 7, and that's 4 overs gone.
Yeah, Reed had just gone a little bit too full, and it was under the eyes of Lara Shaw to smash through the covers for 4. She was just waiting for that sort of ball to be able to get away and really get her innings up and running. But it's been a decent start for the Falcons. As you say, it's conditions where you can easily nick one of these and be caught, especially if the slip in place. They're just having to be a little bit more watchful, but also putting the balls away when they can.
Yeah, and I guess yeah. So it's sort of finely balanced because Northants are bowling beautiful line of seam here at both ends, and Derbyshire are picking that odd bad ball up. I guess Cooser comes forward, just knocks it down into the leg side, but they don't get a run there.
Few people in Central Co-op County Ground, just looking at opposite the permanent temporary stand. There's a few people who are sat right in the corner, at the top left corner.
Oh, yeah, they got a great view, haven't they?
It is a good view. We had so many of us filming the other day that a couple of us just went and enjoyed the sunshine and in there. It's a good view.
Oh, just past the outside edge there again. As you say, keeping the wicket keeper Chloe Hill and Nish Patel, the captain, slip interested. It's a mix here, isn't it, from Cooser? She's playing some really nice scoring shots and then some swishing shots where she's risking that edge to get caught potentially. We shall see what happens as Carpenter comes in again from the city end. Oh, that's French cut into the leg side as the fielders are going to come in and cut that off, the sweeper in off the boundary. And they get just the single. There's a bit of an overthrow, but just the one then. Another one to the total. Falcons 23 without loss. Cooser on 16, Shaw on 7.
Yeah, that could have easily removed leg stump, actually.
Yeah.
Cooser swinging hard.
Yeah, it sort of went round the back of it. French cut style, left arm over. Played into the leg side. He was in the air briefly. I think otherwise that's just a dot.
Yeah, didn't quite time that, for sure.
Carpenter to continue from the city end, also blonde pigtailed, running in from more or less the 25 yard, just inside the 25 yard circle. It's a nice smooth action, movement in the air, movement off the pitch, played to point. There is no run on offer there for Mabel Reid.
Yeah, good over so far from Carpenter.
So, as I'm looking up. Shaw to face. Plays that down, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, just one off the over. 23 for no loss after 5.
Yep.
The Falcons. And yeah, watchful start from these two. Jess Cooser hit 3 fours. 1 boundary for Lara Shaw.
That's a really good point you make about the longer format. There is time to build an innings here, and it does feel very different. Well, even commentating as well about the time that they've got. I've been fortunate enough to do some commentary recently for Durham up at Chesterley Street and down at Somerset. In fact, for Somerset versus Durham. And on both occasions, well, the first occasion we saw Holly Armitage build 111 score, but very slow start, but then went on to score big. And then Susie Bates did similar for them at Taunton, as that's knocked down for another dot.
Yeah, dug out there by Cooser.
So it is possible, even from a slow start, to build a big innings, because you have got that time. And I think it's often, you know, when it's that flick straight back from 20 over to 50 over, you do need to sort of remind yourself that it's not that massive rush.
There's a catching cover stood on one of the practice wickets close in. That's flashed away to point. There's a misfield, and that might bring a couple of runs. They've jogged the first, and well, they are going to come back for 2, and there were always 2 on there, but they just were a bit slow going about their business there, Kuza and Shaw. Yeah, interesting, that fielder a little bit closer, so...
Attacking from Northants.
Very much so.
A bowling good line and length. They've got the mid-wicket catching as well there, so they've got the two sort of in the batter's eye line.
Yeah, aggressive, and it suits his off-stump line they're bowling, as that's aerial and fielded by Point.
The third went running round to cover that. It was not required.
Yeah, third and square leg on the boundary. You can see one photographer, I think that's Nigel, out at deep backward square. There's an empty stand behind him. Most fans, a couple visiting the bar already, around to our left. That's driven. There's a couple of cover fielders in, but she's split them both as Jess Kuza, who's been throwing her hands at the ball to varied success, but when she's middled it, it's gone flying off the bat.
It has indeed. Gone flying off the bat.
I mean, if you're when you do have an aggressive opening pair, is there a bit of competition in the middle? You know, when I guess they're vying for these runs all season, batting together, trying to score more than the other.
Yeah, I mean that's the coaches want that sort of competition, don't they? Trying to better each other.
No run there. I think it's hit the pads of Jess Kuza, certainly judging by the noise.
Yeah, you want that sort of competition between your opening batters, don't you? And for the big scores. And these two have batted well. When they have batted well, they've batted really well. Particularly Lara Shaw, who's on loan from the Blaze.
Yeah, Shaw's enjoyed the 50 over form. Kuza certainly in the 20 over format. That's going to be no run out to Bella Howarth. End of the over, 29 for no loss.
Do you think the people in the bar are celebrating your birthday today, Freddie Cardy?
Well, if they are, maybe a drink up here between innings, I should say. Yeah, 21st today. Thank you very much. Your cake is much appreciated. A series of cakes that have been brought in. Very kind. I was not expecting that.
Well, no, it's your birthday. You should have cake. And you did tell me, you made the mistake of telling me it was a birthday. I didn't realise it was your 21st. Yeah. Goodness, I am properly honoured. Thank you for spending the day with me.
No, thanks for coming down. As I say, the whole stream team have gone off and gone on holiday.
Yeah.
So thanks to them.
I don't think they've gone because it's your birthday, but it's just unfortunate circumstances.
I am used to that, though, as an August baby. When you're trying to have a birthday party and everyone's away this time of year. So it's very much part of the course. But it is quite standard for me to be commentating my birthday. It does often line up, whether it's pre-season football or now cricket. So yeah, it's nothing. People are texting going, "Oh, I can't believe you commented." It's like, yeah, I can. It's very normal, very normal.
If you I mean, this is my happy place. I don't know whether it's your happy place,
absolutely.
But who doesn't want to be commentating on cricket? For me,
yeah, cannot complain at all. As Carpenter continues, beats the bat of Shaw. Both Blaze loanees. I'd imagine they'd have played a bit of cricket together, which always makes for a good battle.
Yeah.
Shaw on loan for the Blazers Academy, as is Maria Andrews.
So a bit of extra spice, do you think? They've taken the slip out though, so still bowling on a good line, but they've decided that they're not going to get the edge. They're going to put it somewhere else.
Yeah, that close cover fielder still in, and Shaw this time again not quite timed, and Carpenter's got a smile on her face here because she knows she's getting the better of Lara Shaw at the moment. Plenty of applause behind the stumps from Chloe Hill. Straight into the action, coming in on loan with the gloves on.
I do like the Well, I like both. These are two fantastic pieces of kit here. I like the blue with the Falcon on and the Northants kit.
Carpenter continues. Shaw nearly takes Kuza out at the non-striker's end. Kuza was very casual and just stands there now with a hand on her hip going, thanks for that.
Yeah, maybe there's more to this competition theory that you've got than first meets the eye. It was a bit, oh, how dare you.
Having a look at the replay. And she almost had a hand up and she puffs out her cheeks, Kuza. That didn't actually miss her by much at all. She had to move out of the way. Shaw shapes to get funky, and it's just full and wide from Carpenter, and it's a dot ball. It was a strange passage of play.
But Maybe there's a bit there's something to the fact that they know each other, because that was sort of the body language from behind, because we are watching from behind where you're watching from.
Well, so
Sort of
she
like
shaped across to sort of
Not a
just
bother.
glance it through to third, and then just pulled out of the shot, maybe thinking it was a wide. This time she gets funky again, and it will be a wide, despite this being a lot closer into the stumps. And yeah, Shaw's been watching Ben Duckett, and is going for this. Well, if you can't score conventionally, then how about something else? But I don't know if Jess Kuzer at the other end is too pleased with this approach.
She's standing with one hand like,
Yeah.
come on, let me have a go.
Just get through it. One ball left in the over after the wide. It's been an entertaining one. Carpenter steaming in, and this time Shaw goes down the ground, and it falls between the two fielders. Well, you felt the pressure was building. It was all the way through that over. We're not going to put it down as a drop catch because no fielder got a hand on it. But if they communicated there, Claire, should that have been out?
Yeah, so what you didn't see was almost like sliding doors on the 25-yard circle as two fielders converged, and we're not close enough to. Well, they're beyond glass, so we can't tell whether they called it or not. I think there was a chance there, but they're both kind of, the body language was yours, as opposed to one of them saying that's mine and claiming it. So yeah, I think that was a life there for Shaw. It was Shaw batting, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Shaw batting. Yeah, they got through for a single.
He stays on strike, and now it's Mabel Reid's turn into the pads and worked away. That's just the ball you want, really, if you're Lara Shaw after that last over. They're going to have to hurry back for two. It's not the best throw into Chloe Hill, which she's fumbled anyway.
That was much closer. That was a great throw in from the boundary there.
Had to be close to the stumps, though, didn't it? To give Hill the chance.
That was a bit risky biscuit, that second run, but she obviously wanted to. I think
Yeah,
I'm liking
I'm
liking this narrative of these two batters trying to outdo each other, which is a great idea.
Sure, again, that's a nice drive, but there'll be no run.
So we're sort of slightly lower angle than you are, and there's a lovely little, almost snaking action in the air. This bowling line, she's getting a real shape on this, and then it's coming a little bit off the pitch, as Freddie mentions, a bit green, so there's a bit of bounce.
Yeah, she's got to get a length right, Mabel Reid, allow it to move. Again, just a little bit shorter. You know, when they've gone full, they've been punished. Get that movement through the air. You want it on a good length and beating the bat. As you say, they have taken that slip out, which I'm a little bit surprised about. It's not like the runs have been coming thick and fast, you know, with the slip in.
I wonder whether Nish Patel's thing is about getting everybody in the eye line, though, because
Yeah,
they are all
the
looking at her, and they are all coming in beautifully on formation.
Driven again. Well, you can have as many cover fielders in as you like, but these opening pair are going to keep splitting them. Some of these boundaries. That's a much needed one for Lara Shaw. She moves on to 14. The partnership is 37 for no loss.
Wonder if it's worth the risk, though, because if that is Nish Patel's strategy, is to have everybody more or less in the eye line apart from the two sweepers. So we've got a very deep third and we've got a very deep backward square. Everybody else is, you know, is looking directly at the eyes of the two batters here as the seam bowlers continue.
Only thing there is you've got those practice wickets where the ball is and the ball's zipping along off the square, and that wicket was used in the last 4-day game here, and it means fielding in the ring. So it's half an appeal. Can be quite difficult because that ball's going to fly away over those practice wickets, and even if you've got those close cover fielders, it can be past them before they know.
Well, and if it hits where the batters have been using those strips, it's going to come off like a slip catching machine in terms of taking an angle off. So I think that's probably what they're making the most of with those cover drives.
Just a bit high, that LBW appeal. That's going to be left alone by Shaw down the leg side. And of course, with these innings as well, if you are Lara Shaw, she's not quite got it away. The boundaries she's hit have looked good, but you've got so much time to catch up, haven't you? Even if she's feeling maybe this isn't my usual strike rate, you know, you've got a lot of time to get back in the game and put these runs on.
I'm liking this narrative of the kind of
No, I've made this up. I have
yeah,
no
I know.
information.
Oh no, but it makes it an interesting game within a game, particularly those. Oh,
Shaw goes through and just over mid wicket. It was in the ring. They'll come back for two. Good sliding stop in the deep there by Ascot. And end of the over, 40 for no loss after 8.
That was a lovely sliding stop, proper like feet first, almost football tackle styley. Pick up and pass off to a colleague to throw back in again. Lovely. Nice bit of fielding. I like a bit of good fielding.
Just been told by Lidl I'm entitled to a free donut for my birthday.
Hey!
And I have the coupons now for a free donut,
Yeah.
another free donut, and
Yeah.
then a free sweet bakery treat. So before I'm going down to Cheltenham to watch the 50 over game on Tuesday, and I'm going to be going to Lidl, I suppose, on Monday afternoon to stock up on free gifts.
Other supermarkets and particularly the co-ops are available.
Also available, I should
Yes.
say. Yeah.
I'm sure that
Different
any
supermarkets
local
for different needs.
any local central co-op will give you a birthday donut, I'm sure, or a sweet treat.
Well, we're calling on them now.
Yeah,
If you do want some cake, do just knock on the door at the media centre as well. We've got plenty to go around. We're a bit light up here, actually, in terms of personnel. As Kuza defends this.
I would love to say that I'm light. I think I've had. You need that cake more than I do, put it that way.
We were walking down offering it to people. They've only
We
got the
were.
scorers and Stephen from our social media team, and that's it.
Yeah,
Very quiet.
they were mostly being good.
The camera team, I think one of them's maybe back. We've got the Content Creators Cup here on Monday. Plenty of YouTubers and important people from around the game. As that's full and be no run for
People from
Kuza.
social media.
Exactly that. Yeah, there's some good cricket districts. I watch a lot of their stuff. They're coming here, and Dan, who does our cricket, previously We Cricket, who does the Northamptonshire commentary. There's a few people have heard of, a few I haven't, but it should be a good day. There's 3 T20s and a T10. The third place player is a T10.
So these are people who are involved with social media, but playing cricket.
Also all playing. So there's a number of different games. That's a big shot. That is Kuza's favourite shot. It's going to be 1 bounce 4 over sort of deep mid wicket, wide, long on, and she's been waiting to unleash a shot like that.
Do you think you get an extra point for hitting the gate on the old pavilion there? If you can hit that shot. You said that was a shot up over Cow Corner, and it was.
I've been waiting for that.
Yeah. Good call.
Especially in the power play as well. Carpenter has bowled well so far, 0 for 17 in her 5th over. Kuza goes up and over through the covers again. It was aerial, and it's being held up a little bit by this outfield. It's actually, they're going to come back for a third. They're not going to risk it. It'll be 2 more for Kuza.
It just stopped agonising for Derbyshire, but happily for Northants, about a yard inside the rope there. So it gave them a chance to chase that one down and throw it back in again.
Yeah, Falcons moving along nicely now, just going just over 5 and over. They've got 8 balls left in this first power play. And you get the big waving of the arms from whichever umpire is on there. That's flashed away, half stopped by point. There'll be a single. As third comes in to complete the fielding.
Yeah, the backward square point managed to take most of the sting out of that one, and it allowed the third fielder, who's on the rope, to come in and throw that back. We've got to talk football later, Freddie.
Of course.
Got to talk the Lionesses, haven't we?
Well, you've been calling Chloe Hill, Chloe Kelly all
know.
morning, which I'm sure she won't mind.
There'll be penalties later, no doubt.
Sure flicks this one away for a single. 9 overs in. Derbyshire will move along to 48 for none. 8 off the over.
Yeah, so if there's penalties later, I'm sure Chloe Hill will take a few.
Yeah, they do a bit of football in the warm-ups, as is the case.
They do. Well, and I was talking with on the stuff that I've done for Somerset and Durham the last week or so. We're talking about a lot of the players on display in Tier 1 and Tier 2 have had to choose between football and cricket. Certainly players like Maddie Villiers and co, who probably could have made their professions football. They've played at high levels. These are good athletes, play several sports, no doubt.
First bowl even of the day for Amelia Kemp. Northampton's blonde seam attack continuing on. Grateful for the numbers on the backs. And Kemp, who will open the batting.
Well, that's a bit hoggy, isn't it?
And she comes, that's flicked away to mid-wicket, who again is in close. Took 4 for in April in the win over Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire one-day cup games, beat Leicestershire, Gloucestershire, lost to Middlesex at Wantage Road, and then beat Worcestershire. Now, they were bowled out for 161 in that game and still beat Worcestershire by 79 runs. So it's a good bowling attack, this one, for the Steelbacks. I'll run through some other scores in a second as that's lifted over the onside. That's a great shot by Lara Shaw.
Making the most of the fielding restrictions there, finding a gap through cow corner. Yeah, I mentioned Amelia Kemp. She is number 3 in the wicket-taking rankings in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. So, as you mentioned, she's doing well there with the ball in hand and not doing too bad with the bat. But
so, Middlesex against Yorkshire at Headingley.
oh, yeah.
Come back to that. Middlesex 28 for 3. That'll be Yorkshire out for revenge after the recent final. Glamorgan 38 for no loss after 11 against Leicestershire. That's at Neath, where Derbyshire men are playing on Thursday. Down at Hove, Gloucestershire 46 for 2. And here Derbyshire 52 for none as we approach the end of the first power play. No run there for Lara Shaw. Yeah, we've got plenty to talk about, haven't we? But the two finals days, you were at the Oval.
Yeah, I was at the Oval, yeah.
The Tier 2 one, I was out at football that day, so I missed most of it. But certainly a little bit of surprise, certainly from people who have, like myself, have done Derbyshire women all season and have been on the end of a few pastings from Yorkshire, that Yorkshire did not emerge victorious at Wantage Road.
No, there was some script not being read there. Because I think Yorkshire will, and Yorkshire fans certainly will have expected to have stormed that. They won every game, as you mentioned in the Vitality Blast competition to get to there, and but Middlesex didn't lose a wicket all day in the semi-final or in the final.
Final ball of the first power play, just left alone there by Jess Cooser, and after 10. Derbyshire 53 for no loss. Your thoughts on the first 10 overs?
Yeah, well, it was sort of nip and tuck really, because we've had some great, as you mentioned, blonde attack. 3 bowlers, but all with blonde ponytails. Some really good bowling, some great lines, and some shape in the air, some shape off the pitch. They had a slip in, did Northants early doors. Nish Patel put herself into slip there, and they were obviously hoping to attempt to catch. There was some swishing at the ball, particularly by Jess Cooser, who didn't actually get an edge. So they took the slip out, and then they've made the most of the bad ball. Some beautiful shots through the covers from both batters here. And you mentioned maybe that they're trying to outdo each other. So Cooser on 29, Shaw on 21, but they're going away nice. So it's good bowling and good batting. So I think we're in for a cracker of a day, and it's free to get in here. So please get yourself down to the Central Co-op County Ground here at Derby. You mentioned about lovely big signal there, look.
There it is.
Yeah, Amy Coyne giving us a big wash on, wash off end of the power play. Left arm over, in again. And that's just dubbed down, and there is no run.
That was a video actually sent to me by Luke, one of the camera teams of some of the social media. It's about, there's a cricket team who had their night out. They're in a nightclub somewhere, and the trend was doing umpire signals for dancers, which it was very entertaining. My favourite one was the dead ball. Getting down low, but I never thought actually how many of them how quirky they are.
They are quite theatrical, aren't they? So that's played into the offside, but straight to a fielder, and there is no run.
Certainly work, I think, for some dance moves, but could confuse a few people.
Very good. Oh, I think one of my favourites is the free hit one, which I saw Graham Lloyd Bumble Jr. do a very, very discreet one, which looked more like I don't know what it looked like, I'm not even going to say. But it was certainly not the theatrical version that I like, as that goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Freddie takes a gasp but there was no bat involved. Yeah, I like a good lasso signal. I want to feel like I'm going to the rodeo when they give a free hit signal.
And when you've got like the tannoy in as well and all these sound effects and they start playing the
Oh,
sirens and stuff, the bowler really knows and they've messed up. Carpenter continuing on to her 6th over.
Yeah. That's played forwards, straight to the fielder. They're going to get through for a single. They try and run. Ooh, it's a direct hit at the opposite end, and they're asking the question of Laura Spragg at square leg.
Much of a question, to be honest. I'll have a look on the replay.
Well, Laura Spragg's got some furniture building to do at best. She will only get one view of that. It felt like she was already made a ground. It kind of went up and over her head, didn't it? Are you getting a replay there?
Slowing it down.
Yeah, Freddie's.
She looked like she was in for a
tall figure of Kuza, I think, had probably made a ground, although
only just, to be fair.
Yeah,
she had 1 foot sort of half in. She was jogging again. She was in. You can see actually why Northampton have asked the question, because all you need there is sort of a foot in the air and you can be in trouble.
And we know that if they, and we used to call it hoovering, but if they don't get the bat down, which is very frustrating as an ex-player, they don't get the bat in. Otherwise, she probably wasn't expecting the throw to come over her head to the wickets there. So that's carved out into the offside, but beautifully stopped. And they're going to get a single as they collect themselves and the ball from the ring. So it's a good run in and a good shot and a great stop. So good cricket all round there. So Northampton managed to cut that off. So that was going for a boundary there. Score moves on to 55. Went through the 50, Freddie. We were talking too much.
Yeah.
Falcons get 55 without loss.
I'll have to ask you about obviously we know your 20 over Jenkins formula.
Oh yeah, we'll do that, yeah.
Away by Shaw.
It is. That's through mid-wicket and they get 4 runs there. So another 4 to the total, 59 without loss, and this is the 11th over. Yes, Jenkins formula. So we had this last time because we did 20 over last time, didn't we? Did we do 20 over? Or was it 50? Yeah, 20 over. Yeah. So it works the same. The halfway stage, double plus 20. So when we get to 25 overs, it works better in the women's game than the men's game because the men's game tends to have a different batting trajectory. But it's a useful measure for working out where teams have got most of their runs from. So we'll wait till we get to that 25 over mark and then we'll see what Falcons should be aiming at in terms of by the end of their 50 overs. As Kuza takes strike. Kemp to continue from the racecourse end. They're putting Nish Patel back into slips for this bowler for Kemp. So more attacking. They're just adjusting the third fielder who was sort of at almost fly slip, and she's looking a bit confused. She's waiting for instructions, but she's going to stay where she is. Sort of at fly slip on the boundary edge. Flight through the air. In fact, the ball's gone to her. So anywhere you like there at third, and you're going to cut that off, and they are going to get just the one there, was that?
Yeah, I'd be keeping a slip in for quite a while here, to be honest. I think that's one of your best wicket-taking options. The amount of plays and misses outside off stump. You know, you've got the fielder at third to protect the boundary. Just keep hitting that good length and line, and that's what these free seamers have been able to do so far.
Yeah, and it's an impressive seam attack actually from Northants. Oh, and as if to illustrate your point there.
Love it when that
little swipey swipe from Kuza. Almost taunting Chloe Hill, who is stood right up with the helmet on, and Nish Patel at first slip. They're waiting for this edge from Kuza, who's on 32 already. Played straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. So efficiently played. There was no run on offer, so 61 without loss. Into the halfway through the 12th over here at the Central Co-op County Ground at Derby. Free entry, so get yourself down, bring a picnic. Have a little wander. Just got cricket all day here, so it's 50 overs.
Yeah, I'm racking my brains about the women's football and cricket crossovers.
Oh yeah.
Players who've done both.
Ooh, that's thumped back down the ground. There's going to be 4 runs to Jess Kuza, I think. It is 4 runs to Jess Kuza. and that score moves on to 65 for no loss here in Derby. Northampton put themselves into the field this morning. So you have Kuza on 36 off 33 balls, Shaw on 26 off 37, partnership of 65. What's Kemp going to respond with? Right arm seam from the racecourse end. Getting some shape. That's hit up and over. It might stop. They're gonna get taunted. I think it's gonna hit the rope. That's 4 runs. Kuza gets another 4, moves to 40, and the score moves on to 69 without loss. What are we going to say about football and cricket?
Yeah, I think there's a recent place. Well, Arsenal obviously cover the closest, and they've had an academy prospect, Jessie Gale, who's come up to the first team, signed a professional contract this summer. She was on the age group at Kent, I think, maybe until around under 15, under 16 level, but it's not like it used to be, when there were footballers who would play in the winter, then play cricket in the summer. But in terms of men's football, Newcastle's Sean Longstaff opens the bowling for his local club side. So he's taken a few wickets.
Hit up and it's a catch. Straight to Nish Patel at cover point on the boundary, on the 25-yard circle rather. And that's the end of Jess Kuza, who is caught off Kemp by Nish Patel at cover point. Just carved straight to her, really. Sorry, I interrupted your point about cricket and football
rightly
there.
so. That's a frustrating dismissal for Jess Kuza, as it often can be. She plays so well, and we all see the potential, the strong shots, and I feel like she's defended a lot of good balls and survived a lot of good balls, and it just feels after. I think her eyes have just lit up after the 2 boundaries, and she's trudging off for a well-made 40.
Yeah, off 35 balls. So yeah, good innings there from Kuza. It's got Derbyshire off to a start, but it did feel like there was more to come if she hadn't carved that ball straight to the player. She played some nice shots through the covers, but down first across those, as you mentioned, the strips that have been used before, and they've sort of bounced slightly awkwardly, and she's managed to get 4s out of those. So we're going to see a new batter. You were saying about football and cricket crossover. Well, I introduced you to Claire Taylor. Did I tell you the significance of Claire Taylor? Other than she's an England she's an England cricket and football international.
Well,
which is why she got a gong at MBE. So yeah, so she is the most famous of the more recent.
Well, I've missed
football and cricket
people
options.
Be shouting at their screens because Elise Perry.
Well, yes, Elise Perry. What are we thinking?
I don't know how it took a while. She scored
in the World Cup.
Yeah. Scored a fine goal for the Matildas.
It was
as well.
Cracking goals. Look that up if you want to on YouTube. Yeah. Sure, should see that. Yes, Elise Perry, the other one, famous one. But I suspect, beyond that, then they get to a certain point where they have to choose, unfortunately, between cricket and football. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, the late Baroness Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, she played hockey for England, a hockey goalkeeper. There was lots of crossover and lots of people like Lynn Thomas, who was in Rachel Hayhoe's. She was the opener for Rachel Hayhoe's first ever Cricket World Cup, let alone Women's Cricket World Cup. She was a Welsh hockey international as well, so lots of former internationals will have double honours, but I suspect it's probably harder now, certainly in Tier 1, to be doing both, although a lot have done quite close. As we see some spin from the city, and there's a big appeal, and that's not. Amy Coyne is not interested in that at all, but it was a bit messy at best. So Sims is making them pause for thought there. Shaw facing.
Great start for Lenny Sims.
Yeah.
Tell you what, didn't look far away. She just didn't have a lot of support from behind the stumps.
No, it was a bit quiet, wasn't it? And maybe with a bigger appeal, they might have got more out of that. You never know, do you?
So Elise Perry for football.
There was 1 to total.
18 appearances for Australia, 3 goals, including that one in the World Cup. Played for Central Coast Mariners, however you say it, Canberra United and Sydney FC. Played for Australia played football as recently as 2016. Was playing cricket far before then as well. Made her Australia senior debut in 2007 for cricket. So she was able to do both. A remarkable talent. Really
she's a gifted athlete. She's the GOAT. She is the greatest of all time.
Yeah,
most likely.
That's a bit of turn there for Sims again as the new batter Porter. We were up there at Chesterfield. She made her debut for Hampshire at Chesterfield.
Oh, yeah?
Took a wicket with her first ball. I was on the
yeah,
camera
yeah.
for that, and I thought,
Yeah.
that's going to get some views. I was quite pleased
Yeah,
to be in charge of filming that. Didn't make many runs, though, but you could just tell how much of a lift it was for them to have her in the team.
Wicket first balls, that goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Lots of multi-sports people. I'm thinking about former captain of Brazil, Roberta Moretti Avery. Roberta Moretti Avery, I think it's pronounced. She was a former professional golfer. So lots of multi-sportsers. That's more spin. Played down, straight to Nish Patel, and there is no run by Porter.
Now, these pitches have turned at Derby recently. They have throughout the T20. The last 4-day game here against Leicestershire, there was spin throughout. Rayan Ahmed took 13 wickets.
Wow. Porter comes forward and just another dot. Yeah, Rayan Ahmed.
Sims giving it some flight, and her first couple really turned. And in the T20, both T20 games against Northampton, their spinners were really key. Derbyshire struggled to get much off them at all. And they're going to be crucial now throughout the middle overs for the Steelbacks.
So 13 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons women are 70 for 1. Porter yet to get off the mark. Shaw on 27. We saw the loss of Jess Cooser, who carved one in the air, unfortunately, straight to opposition captain Nish Patel. It was an easy catch at cover point. So that's the wicket gone down already.
Different captains for the different formats.
Yeah.
Northants, are you a fan of that?
I'm not opposed to it. I think the chance to spread those leadership things and maybe get some specialism about what one can afford to be more aggressive potentially in the shorter format, and it's giving particularly the tier 2 players more chance at some leadership practice. As Kemp comes in again, gets a bit of shape. That's through cover point. Fielder comes off the boundary. They get through for an easy single. Score ticks on 71 for 1.
Yeah, Gemma Marriott's a little younger, and the T20 captain Nisha Patel, as you say, far more experienced. Handy option with the ball as well.
Yeah.
Captain Warwickshire. She's from Birmingham.
Yeah, she is. She's a former Bear, and it's an unusual action as well. When we see that, maybe a bit later as Kemp comes into Porter. Plays that beautifully between the 2-point fielders, and it's going to be 4 runs. So good shot there from Gemma Porter for 4 runs. She gets off the mark with a boundary. I think she was run out. Was she not run out when we were playing?
She might well have been.
Yeah.
She scored a handy 35 against Northampton in the blast. I think it was 35 odd.
Yeah, 34, yeah.
And she had to bowl in that game. Her first bowl of the season because Maria Andrews was away on a camp with the Blaze, and she bowled really nicely.
That's good. As Kemp comes in again, shape in the air. It's no ball. It's gone underneath the bat. They're going to get 4 runs for this. 4 runs and a no ball. So lots to the.
Now you get your free
That's a
hit
bite.
signal.
So yes, we're going to get. Yeah, we'll wait and see what Laura Spragg's. This is a review now. You can review this as Laura Spragg, former England international, will now have to give us a lasso. So how big's your lasso then, Laura? Let's have a look. Yeah, very nice. She can't hear me. That's not too bad. It's a bit more of a farewell than a
a couple more. Maybe
welcome
she'll
to the
warm up a
rodeo.
little bit more.
That was 4 byes there. So. And the no ball, that's played beautifully through point along the floor. Of course, it wouldn't be a catch if it's caught anyway, but nicely played there from Porter. And then get another 1 to the total. So not a huge output from the free hit, but still, it always frustrates me if it's a free hit and they don't get any kind of run off that. So Falcons move on to 81 for 1. Porter on 5, Shaw on 28.
I always think just move across your stumps a little bit more for the free
Yeah,
hit, so you can access both sides.
That's right. That's played again to cover point. Nish Patel gets a bruise, and the fielder comes off the rope behind her to field that back inning. Starting to move the score along here, which is good news for Derbyshire. 82 for 1. Porter on 5, Shaw on 29. Into the 14th over, so we're beyond the power play.
Yeah, Porter's high score of the season was at Duffield, so just up the
yeah.
road. 80
Played there.
of 130 against
Played
Morgan.
evening league there. Yeah.
There's another game there later this month. I'll just bring that up.
That was a dot.
against Leicestershire, Monday the 25th, which I think is a bank holiday as well.
Oh yeah, it is.
That'll be free entry, of course, as well. So that'll be a nice place to go and watch some cricket.
Yeah.
1 or 2 stops on the train, very close.
Porter to face, as you mentioned, she's got 80, 23 not out, 34, 24, 23. So some nice scores as that's defended down and there is no run. They rush through. So another over is ticked over. 14 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons 82 for 1. Porter on 5 and Shaw on 29. So we've got a bit of an overcast day, but I think there's probably more blue sky. It certainly looks brighter out there than it did when they started. Let's hope the weather is not going to interfere with anything today. So this is the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup here at the Central Co-op County Ground. Northamptonshire Steelbacks won the toss and decided to field this morning, putting Derbyshire into bat, as that's played into the leg side to mid-wicket. The fielder comes off the boundary and just get through for the single. One more to the total. Falcons edge towards that first milestone with 83 for 1. Porter on 5, Shaw on 29. The one batter out is Jess Kuza, who was caught by Nish Patel. Sims to continue from the city end. Right arm spin over the wicket. That can only be defended by Porter. And there is no run. Sims got a 3 for in the Derbyshire game in the Vitality Blast. Derbyshire won't want to see that as the ball goes past the outside edge. Chloe Hill right in, breathing down the neck of the batter at the crease. No room to manoeuvre there as Sims to continue. Spinning the ball. It's worked into the leg side. Porter thinks about a run but is sent back by Shaw. Shower-to we're seeing Shaw and Porter here at the crease. Porter twiddling a bat. Again plays that into the leg side. It's a bit of a risky run. And the fielding is a bit loose. They're going to think about burgling a second one and then think against it. Just the one then.
Yeah,
83, 84 for 1, Derbyshire Falcons.
Expensive last over, 12 off it. A couple of 4s and a no ball as well.
Yeah. Sims to Shaw. Plays that lustily into the leg side to mid-wicket, but there's a fielder there who's going to cut that off about 20 yards from the edge of the rope. And that's the end of another over. So 15 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons are 85 for 1. Porter on 6 and Shaw on 31.
Yeah, Shaw's done well here. You know, we talked about it in the power play in terms of, you know, putting that extra value on your wicket and knowing you've got that more time at the crease, and she struggled a little bit to get going in the power play. She felt she missed out on a few runs, but the important thing is she stayed at the crease, and Derbyshire, who have had a couple too many sort of middle order struggles this season, to have one of your batting stars, you know, from the opening pair to keep going after Kuza's handy 40 as well. I think they'll be pleased just to have her still at the crease and in the chance of making some big runs here, as we'll have a bowling change from the racecourse end. Ella Phillips coming on. She's got an interesting action. It's almost like a medium pacers action, but then it's a spinner, and that's beaten her. All ends up, in fact, Lara Shaw has nicked it, and Phillips, the golden arm with her first ball. We were just talking up Lara Shaw, but her innings comes to an end, 31 of 44. What an impact.
Wow, that's a bit like you were saying about Elise Perry's first ball up at Chesterfield. gets a wicket. So, yes, the golden arm indeed of Phillips. Ella Phillips. She's been getting some good scores there, hasn't she? I see that she's getting 3 for 40 against Middlesex, 4 for 17 against Leicestershire, 2 for 16 against Worcestershire. So, yeah. Golden arm indeed. So what else has she got for us today? So, yeah, keep watching here.
Yeah,
well, we were just about to build her up about holding an end down, and unfortunately, she has to go for 31 off 44 balls.
Shaw didn't pick that at all, did she? She was
No.
moving around in her crease and defended it, got into an awkward position. I think there was a tiny juggle by Hill behind the stumps. Shaw took one look at the umpire, saw the finger go up and was like, yep, fair enough, I'm on my way. So a decent opening partnership that's put Derbyshire in a good position, but both openers gone now. Shaw for 31 and Phillips strikes for her first ball.
You mentioned that the action is it looks like it's going to be one thing, and then is something else, and it's almost like it's definitely a spin action, isn't it? But then it almost leaves like she looses it like a slower ball, like a slower cutter ball almost, as it actually leaves her hand. It's
maybe
deceptive.
It's bemused Shaw a bit, because I'm sure they've done their research, haven't they? But when you're actually there facing it, you're thinking, well, which way is this going to turn? For one, you know, because it's almost that you think she sets up like an off spinner, and then you're thinking, well, this might go the other way. I'm not quite sure actually.
Yeah.
So you'll have to keep an eye on this. Maria Andrews is batting, coming in at 4. She's normally batted lower down the order, but having spoken to a couple of the players, they've been very complimentary of her batting, and it's interesting. She's coming in at higher up the order today. There will be one slip in. Ella Phillips looking to get 2 and 2.
This is a left-handed batter, so they're going to have to. They're going to have to reassemble. So I assume she's going to go right arm through the umpire, around the umpire.
Staying over the wicket. Maybe surprising. Just going to try and get.
Through the umpire.
She is going around. Yeah, there you go. And it's just defended watchfully by Andrews.
But they should be wary of Ella Phillips because she's second in the table of wickets in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. So
one of those crafty operators. You're going through the umpire and bowling. Andrews watchful, and again they get that short cover in just to the right of the practice wicket, next to the one we're playing on, very, very close. Good wicket in close. Patel in at slip. Just played back gently to Phillips, looking for a wicket maiden hit. So Andrews coming in higher up, and well, a left-right partnership always valuable. I wonder if that's played into Derbyshire's thinking. There's a lot of right-handers in this batting lineup. Andrews lifted that past mid-wicket. Good stop mid-on, and there should be a run out. Yes, there is. 2 wickets in the over after such a good start. Andrews is the latest to be removed, and Derbyshire cannot believe their luck at the moment. I'm having a look on the replay. It was a good shot. There was always one, but Porter and Andrews got all befuddled in the middle.
Hesitation does it, doesn't it? She hesitated. That was the split second that she needed to get her bat down, to get in then. Oh, frustration for Derbyshire.
Let's have another look at this. So it looked like there was a single there. Porter had come
both
halfway
hesitate.
down. Andrews wasn't quite sure. Porter ended up going through, and maybe
with a dive she might have got in there.
I don't know who you put the blame on there, but there was always a run, to be honest. There was always a run. And
it was a good stop. Stuck out a paw, stopping the ball on the ring. There was a run, but you can't afford that hesitation because that split second is what would have got you in, particularly if you'd stuck your bat out or dived. So frustration because Derbyshire have been ticking along really quite nicely here. So feels like a given away wicket, doesn't it, when it's a run out like that?
Yeah, it was Mabel Reid, the bowler, with the throw. And that is frustrating. We were just talking about Maria Andrews' potential with the bat. The left-hand, right-hand combination, and well, that will disappear now. And there's always onus now on the batter who was at the other end, who maybe feels to blame. Actually, I've got to go and make some runs now to make up for that. Yeah,
we shall see what impact that has on Porter.
Megan Pittman who's come in. 1 ball left of Phillips' very successful first over, and it will be a double wicket maiden.
Wow.
1 wicket coming from a run out and 1 wicket coming from her first ball. Shaw caught behind, and Andrews run out by Mabel Reid. Derbyshire were 85 for 1, they're now 85 for 3.
And you mentioned Goldenarm, it definitely was. She's disrupted the Derbyshire batting team, taking 2 wickets in an over does always help, of course, but they've spent some time trying to work out she's bowling through the umpire, which is also unusual these days, and Yeah, slightly confusing action, and whatever she's woven a spell here, which has meant a loss of 2 key batters for the Derbyshire Falcons.
Yeah, so Porter and Pittman at the crease now. Megan Pittman, who's Derbyshire's Players Player of the Year in 2024, which everyone says is the most valuable of all the awards.
Yeah, because your mates have voted for you, yeah.
Absolutely. Later that night, umpire signals were performed in the club, not by the women's team, by some of the media team, who remain anonymous. One of them is sat in here.
Well, it wasn't me.
That was an enjoyable evening. It certainly was. And well, it was nice actually, because I think Zach Chappell had an award, and as Pittman drives, good stop by Patel, and Derbyshire women had won the T20 National Cup, and they said, well, how do you improve next year? And he said, I think we need to train more of the women's team to get their sort of winning mentality.
Yeah.
And they were very complimentary, and the women's team certainly had more to celebrate last year than the men's, and were enjoying themselves.
Excellent
Sims
news.
continues. It's just dabbed into the offside by Pittman.
Yes, in my day with Derbyshire, we didn't, shall we say, cover ourselves in glory, but we did enjoy ourselves, particularly a good curry after a game.
Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. Anywhere in particular after a game?
Anywhere in Derby or wherever we were playing.
Yeah, some good curry places in Derby.
Yeah, some great curry places. And also, we had a nutrition lecturer once who basically said that curry powder was good because it was full of iron, which was, we all nodded at each other and thought, right, we're on the right track there.
Yeah, that's my dinner tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah, went and bought curry powder, poppadoms, mango chutney,
Oh.
and forgot chicken. So I'll be back.
Oh.
I will be back down to the Central Co-op tomorrow. There you go.
Yes, they are. Get
I'll be
Central
popping
Co-op in. Ding. Excellent.
Yeah, hopefully for free now after that plug, that chicken. And Sims tosses this one up, and Pittman has missed out there. It's a dot ball.
Took a swipe there. I mean, it just felt like her eyes would have lit up, although she's got her back to us, so we can't actually see that. We're far too far away. Wasn't quite sure how to deal with that higher delivery to her.
Yeah, maiden over from Sims.
Yep, 17 overs gone. So we're edging closer. I know that you can't wait to see how my Jenkins formula double plus 20 at the halfway stage works out in this game.
Yeah, well, it's the average one, isn't it? Is have you making 30? You can then double that in the last 20.
Yeah, you see, I think that
but you have
works
to have
better
wickets in hand.
Well, yeah, and mine doesn't depend on wickets. I think that 30 over thing, and the same with the double at 12. I think that works better in the men's game. But you know, it's a good debating point.
Middlesex 72 for 6 against Yorkshire at Headingley as Phillips continues. Run there. Glamorgan 86 for 1 against Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 97 for 3 against Sussex.
But those are the women's games, aren't they?
They are. The test match, India still 2 down, leading by 84 at the Oval. Yeah, it is off spin, this from Phillips, but certainly the action that if you haven't faced her before and you haven't done your research, that it's certainly you have to be very watchful. And Lara Shaw all in a bit of a muddle. First ball nicking behind to Hill. Very faint edge by the looks of it. Straighter and flicked away off the pads for a single to square leg.
It's an interesting action, isn't it, Phillips? She's tall, strong, broad-shouldered, almost like swimmers' kind of stature. And then we've got this action that sort of... She looks like she should be coming off a long run, bowling fast with the stature that she has. As Laura Spragg, former England international umpire today, is just giving a guard to the new batter.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of medium pacers, you know, when they just take all the pace off the ball, they run their fingers over it, and you think, right, this is going to be hard to face potentially. It's going to be a bit of mystery. It's going to be the change-ups. But it does look a conventional sort of off-spin. It's just the way she delivers it. But it does, you know, allow her to get that pace into the crease, maybe get a little bit more speed, which certainly in white ball cricket is the way things are going. That's some good nip through the air.
It's a
Phillips.
skip as well. So
Yeah.
we'll have a look at this next one that she delivers. It's a proper off spinner skip at the beginning. more reminiscent of like Alana King or those kind of players. Want to see that skip as it comes.
Little hop.
Little hop, yeah.
There's Phillips. It's down the leg side for a wide. Very close to leg stump. The umpire turning and signalling. She's got her sunglasses on. There's umpire Spragg.
Yeah.
Nice weather now. 21 degrees. Pleasant day. Still clouds above. Less grey than they were earlier this morning. That's flicked away again to square leg. Gonna have to be a little bit quick, Pittman, but fine in the end.
That game up at Headingley that you mentioned, our colleagues Michael McCann, Dr. Jane Powell, and Aaron Viles, and then also Grace Hall. Though I presume must be injured at the moment on the commentary there. But of course, you want to catch up with that after you watch this.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the YouTube live streams.
Watch it as live.
For free.
Watch it live or as live at a time to suit you. They're all free, which is great. Good access to the women's game. So, yeah, catch yourself up on all those games.
Particularly with a day of 50 overs, you know, you've got 4 50-over games. There's always going to be one that's going to, you know, there's some can be a slow burner, but there'll be one or two where it'll suddenly become, you need 30 of 20, and you think, you're right, I need to get onto this stream. And not looking likely at Headingley, though, where Yorkshire are very much out for revenge against Middlesex. Having a look at the scorecard there, 4 wickets for Josie Woolston. Claudie Cooper in on the act as well. Finty Trussler, who was key in that finals day, was out for 16, and yeah, Middlesex in a lot of trouble as Sims continues, driven aerially on the bounce to Anisha Patel.
You mentioned that might be sort of revenge for getting beaten in the Vitality Blast final against the, well, I'm going to say the odds, but I can't talk about betting in cricket, but yeah, so against the expectation of a win.
Yeah, Middlesex, of course, not being promoted to Tier 1 like Yorkshire are next season. And, yeah, well, didn't just win, won comfortably. I know there was some rain around, wasn't there? I read Polly's excellent piece on sort of the day as a whole, which raised some important talking points.
It did.
Wide and driven. Again, Pittman's maybe just missed out there.
Yeah, another yard or even a foot possibly. That would have gone past the outstretched fielder at forward point there.
Still, though, the run rate just below 5, and from a runs perspective, Derbyshire will be happy, but they are 3 down, and those 2 wickets in an over. There's no run for Pittman there. That would be very frustrating, the run out in particular. You know, especially at this stage in the season where these players have played a lot together now.
Yes, not a comfortable place in the changing room to go back with. There's been a run out. If there's a suspicion of somebody should have done some better calling, perhaps.
And very watchful up against Sims, who's gone for just 5 runs. She's bowled 1 maiden, and it's going to be 4 overs for 5. No wickets if she bowls a dot ball here. For conventional action. Oh, and it's through to the wicket keeper. And it is a dot ball. Derbyshire going along a little slower now, 90 for 3.
Yeah, they've slowed it up with those wickets, haven't they? So we approach the first potential milestone for Derbyshire Falcons when they get to those 3 figures. 10 more to go.
Yeah, just 8 runs in the last 6 overs.
Yeah, slowed it up. Yeah. Well, there's a certain amount of patience as well, but they will need to build through this middle phase, potentially.
Yeah, glorious sunshine now. Just a shade over 20 degrees. We haven't even talked about your stay in the neighbouring travel lodge. So
no.
Not too far, is it, from Birmingham? But I guess I always think as well, with the earlier 10:30 start, it just makes things a little bit early getting out of bed, and you had a very close commute from your hotel.
Yeah, I did think about walking, but then I thought, oh no, do you know what? I'll bring the car around. So it's a terrible thing to say.
Close into off stump and just dabbed it away again to point for no run. So it's exactly what Northampton are able to do in both of the T20s. Really stifle things with the spin. The flow of boundaries has stopped completely. In fact, I don't think the spinner has been hit for a 4 yet.
No.
If my notes are correct.
That's the thing, when there's no pace on the ball, you have to make all of that, and I think they're so bamboozled by Phillips's action that they don't know quite what to do with it, and they're having to make the energy themselves.
Yeah, in the T20 at Wantage Road, 2 Northampton spinners, I think, bowled all their allocations all the way through and didn't get hit for a boundary. Or hit either one or none, if my memory serves.
They know it. They know it works, so they're putting the spin lid on Derbyshire's attacking with the bat. Sunshine coming out. We're getting some nice crisp shadows falling across the ground.
Nice footage just there of Ebony Rainford-Brent. Mel Jones ringing the bell at the Oval this morning.
Brilliant.
That's flicked away between square leg and mid-wicket for a single. Of course, Rainford-Brent's home club.
Oh yes, Surrey. Yeah, they've got some
Surrey
great
connection.
Yeah, they've got some great murals up. The women's game. There's a room dedicated to JB Jan Britton, quite rightly.
Be one again here. Porter's working the strike quite well.
And as you arrive at the Kia Oval, there's the striking entrance has the men's captain and Bryony Smith. Equally.
Yeah, the
on
second
the wall.
You get out the tube, actually,
yeah, you look like that.
I always go to
massive
Oval and you can see them straight away.
Who knew that Bryony Smith was actually 20 foot tall? Brilliant. Scary.
Yeah, Rory Burns and Bryony Smith, isn't it?
Yeah. Both on the front there, equal proportion.
I'm sure there's something of Alice Capsey in there as well.
Yeah, there's a mural of Alice Capsey, yeah.
She gave Dav Perrin a real send-off in that final.
It does make you wonder what was going on behind.
20 overs gone here. Then 93 for 3. All a bit quiet, as we say. No boundary for the Northampton spinners yet. And 30 overs remain. The cut-off time 1:43 for a bit of lunch.
Free entry here if you're coming down. Bring your picnic with you. Have a little wander around. Watch some cricket. 50 overs, so hopefully we'll be here all day. On Freddie Cardy's 21st birthday. You're also listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire County player.
Any games on your birthday that you can remember? Did you make runs on your birthday?
No, that would be a great thing. I don't remember birthday-related cricket. So I remember lots of cricket stories, but not necessarily birthday-related ones.
Most famous one in the men's game is Peter Siddle's birthday hat-trick.
Oh, right, okay.
In an Ashes test. It doesn't get any better than that. So.
Oh, yeah. Any Ashes hat-trick is memorable, whether it's on your birthday or not, as that's left alone, but possibly dangerously, straight through to Chloe Hill on her Northants debut behind the stumps.
How good as well was Izzy Wong at the Oval?
Oh,
so
yeah.
good to see, and batting higher up the order as well.
Oh, yeah, and getting some runs as well. Porter to face. That's thumped back to the bowler. There's an appeal. I presume it must have hit the stumps at the other end. It was a straight drive, wasn't it? But Amy Coyne says no. It looked like it was very fast, and of course we don't get any benefit of DRS or anything here, so it's a one-time only view for the umpires. As Sims comes in again, right arm, bit of spin. Porter goes back, plays that into the leg side. Pittman gets the memo, and they managed to get through for 1. 94 for 3. What were you looking at? Was it close?
I think it was, you know. I mean, it's hard because the camera we're looking at, the umpire's in the way, so we can't quite tell when the bails are dislodged.
I'm sure she was right. I'm sure the umpire's right. The umpire's always right. One should always know these things.
I think the bat is just over the line.
Excellent.
Very hard to tell.
Excellent. So that's defended down. Another dot. Northants continue this spin lid, keeping the batters from Derbyshire quiet here, as Porter is signalling she wants something. She's signalling to the bench. I don't know if they're getting the semaphore of the signals that she's making, as that's sent to fine leg, but they don't get a run. That's the end of another over. So 21 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons, women who were put into bat when Northants won the toss, are 94 for 3. Porter on 12, Pittman on 2.
Yeah, there have been very little runs against the spin for the Falcons. But yeah, I listened to Tail Enders, and they had Izzy Wong on
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about finals day, and they said, "Oh, so you're batting her at the order?" And she said, "Well, basically, my wicket is not as important as the rest of the batters, so they just sent me in earlier,
I
like a
think-
pinch hitter, and it worked."
Yeah, I mean, they have used it. I mean, Central Sparks used it as well. They would send her in early. I mean, yes, I haven't said out loud that I would put a fielder at Cow Corner and wait for a catch, but she is much better than that, as she proved. And also, the thing about Izzy Wong is, I was talking to her dad about this the other day when she was playing for England, was she loves an occasion. She loves the spotlight. She's basically cricket's equivalent of a rock star. So she is always going to be someone who plays up to the occasion, which she proved at the Oval, and with a player of the match performance in that. What was it? It wasn't a semi. It was
Eliminator.
eliminator. That's it. The one
Yeah.
semi-final, basically. But yeah, she proved with the bat and the ball in that eliminator, beating the Blaze, which is always a Midlands derby crunch, as that's worked into the leg side, but there is no run. Talking about derbies, Derbyshire versus Northants, East Mids derby. I mean, is there a bit of like East Mids?
Yeah, I mean they've played.
there ought to
they've
be.
obviously played the two T20s against each other, which have been two close games.
So that's played through point, and they get through for one.
I mean, it's something that will develop, isn't it? As the more seasons go, the more these players get to know each other. But yeah, Northampton, a little too far from Derby, I'd say. I mean, what would be very fun is if next year, and probably Derbyshire players and staff may not agree, but if Derbyshire in that T20 knockout cup, if they were to get the Blaze.
Oh yeah, that would
be
be
interesting.
cracking local derby, wouldn't it? As that's defended down and there is no run. Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of that, because there isn't an equivalent in the men's game. One should explain that for the first time this year, they had an FA Cup style competition where all the tiers were involved: Tier 3, Tier 2 and Tier 1. There's a big swipe at that. I think that's a bruise on the inside of your foot. There's no run there. So an FA Cup style. So all the tiers are involved. Tier 3 started first, then Tier 2 came in, and then in the latter stages, Tier 1 joined in. But it was that opportunity for potential giant killing opportunities, and it was a Vitality one-day T20 Cup. But I say it doesn't have an equivalent in the men's game, as they get a single off that ball.
Northampton had a good time of it as well, made it to the third round. Beat Worcestershire, beat Shropshire, and then lost to Leicestershire. The spinners now, I mean, remarkable bowling figures. Carpenter went for 26, Reed for 27, Kemp for 23. Sims has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs. Phillips 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, and the wicket of Lara Shaw. And Derbyshire have not scored a boundary off the two spinners, and they still have the option as well of Anisha Patel. So very concerning now for Derbyshire. They're just not going anywhere.
Yes, one of these batters is going to have to pick a bowler, although I'm not quite sure who they're going to pick, given those figures that you've just read off. Chloe Hill exchanged a bit of advice with Ella Phillips there, who's stationed at backward point in the field. And Sims to continue, this time to Pittman. Pittman on 3, Porter on 13. That's defended. Another dot.
Good aggressive field as
Sims.
Well.
Yeah.
I think there's only one fielder outside the circle at deep mid-wicket. And we're in the 23rd over.
Anybody counted how many Northants have got in the field? I'm only joking. As Pittman will face. Again, defended down. Can't get this away. I mean, there's one thing. Northants have got a great seam attack, which we saw to start off with, but inevitably there might be an odd ball that either is loose or is hittable. But the spin attack has really kept them in the crease,
etc. They haven't gone for a sweep yet. Sweep or the reverse.
Yeah.
Oh,
or
there
up
we
in
go.
the air, or just knock it up in the air. So that goes up and over the fielder. That's 4 runs to Pittman. Pittman moves on to 7, Porter on 13, and that's the 100 up for Derbyshire Falcons women, 100 for 3 in the 23rd over.
First boundary since the 14th.
Woo!
So it's been a while. They finally do get one away against the spinners, and as we say, the run rate, because of that good power play, is still in quite a healthy position.
Pittman to face again. More respectful of that one and just knocks it down, and there is no run. Well, I'd be glad to get those 3 figures on the board because that's always a good starting point.
Yeah, I like the look of this Derbyshire bowling attack as well.
Yeah, you mentioned a sweep.
Yeah.
Not really successful. That's down the leg side for a wide. Another one to the total, 101 for 3.
Not seeing a lot of Pagan Hardwick. He's only played a couple of T20 games, but Francesca Clark will enjoy these conditions, as will Rhiannon Knowling-Davis. And then,
as that's played into the leg side, they're going to get through for an easy single because the field has to come quite a long way in to field that. Just the one.
Spin options.
Yeah.
Obviously, Darlow's off spin, the
Yeah.
captain.
Yeah.
We've seen Ella Porter's off spin as well. Maria Andrews has been a real star with her slow left arm, and then Harriet Parkin's off spin. So Derbyshire have all bases covered in terms of the bowling. You always need, your 6th bowlers, 6th in even 7th really in the 50 over game now.
You do. As Sims continues from the city end. Played towards point, but they don't take a run. And that's the end of another over. So another over, 23 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons put into bat when Northampton won the toss this morning are 102 for 3. Porter on 13, Pittman on 8. They're in what would call a rebuild phase, but Northampton have really used the spin to screw down the batting and really frustrate the Derbyshire batters here at the Central Co-op County Ground. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire County player, and Freddie Cardy, who's 21 today.
Polly did text and said happy birthday.
Oh, yeah?
She said, I'm sure Claire will give you plenty of shout-outs, and you've certainly delivered.
Hey!
Still a long day as well.
Yeah. We should be asking Polly to put some money into charity every time I mention your name, as that's another dot to add to Phillips's collection of dots. This time to Pittman.
Yeah, she'll be here on the 28th, Polly, against Sussex.
Yeah.
The 50 over game.
That'll be good. It'll be a good game. Sharks. That's sent straight to Nish Patel at cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, they're currently batting in Gloucestershire, who are 138 for 3 down at Hove.
Polly's busy as well. We're chasing each other up and down the motorway, so we've done some stuff at Durham together. That goes straight through, and there is no run. Didn't get up that one at all. Just seemed to shoot through a little bit. There's 1 or 2 that far end the city end that don't seem to have bounced quite so enthusiastically as Phillips skips in, and that's defended again. We're going to get through these overs quickly as well with this skippy run up.
They've bowled some good tight lines as well, nothing wide to really put away, apart from a couple maybe Pittman missed out on when she came to the crease, but they've all been full and straight.
Even the seam was great lines. Oh, that's sent to mid-wicket. There is a fielder there who's going to stop that, so just going to get the one, another one to the total. Derbyshire move on to 103 for 3. Porter on 13, Pittman on 9. Partnership at 18, but off 48 balls, that's the challenge. They're needing to get this away. But even the lines with the seam bowling, there was very little room for manoeuvre. She goes through the umpire this time, and that's on the full, but can only be dabbed really to short square, and there is no run because there wasn't enough room to play that shot and get down the other end. So that's the end of the over, almost at the halfway stage. I know people are very excited about my formula. 1 more over to go. Hold your breath. Overs 24, runs 103 for 3 for Derby. Porter on 13, Pittman on 9. So yeah, we might perhaps we'll have a bit of Euros talk when they have a little drink at 25. I'll just tee you up for that one. Oh,
how much did you watch? I mean, obviously you've been busy with cricket as well, haven't you? But
busy
I'm
with
sure you
cricket.
watched the final.
Yeah, I did watch the final, but rather inconveniently, it was the same day as the Oval final for Tier 1. So there was a bit of well, extra frustrating because the big screen that they had on the roof garden at the Oval, which was great, was ahead of the screens in the in the foyer underneath the stands, and I didn't want to go up to the roof garden because I thought I'll miss something vital. But the problem was, stood downstairs looking at the monitors, which were silent, of course, down there as well. You would hear the cheer, and then the penalty would happen, as that's worked into the leg side, and they get a single, 104 for 3. Pittman adds another one and goes to 2 figures. So frustratingly, you could hear what was happening with the penalties ahead of what actually happened. So you're like, and it was a big cheer. You think, okay, we're going to score this one, or this is going to be saved. So that was frustrating. But yeah, and yes, having wanted to watch the cricket, but then got
Great
stuck
video
between the two.
Izzy Wong in the press conference, just basically stopping her own press conference,
she
sitting
was
with the journalists and putting the laptop with the final on. But it does make you think, it's the landmark T20 occasion for women's cricket, and I know scheduling is such a nightmare, but could that have been avoided just by a week? I don't know. Especially, you're talking about an England team that's got to the last 2 finals of major tournaments. Does I was back in Hertfordshire. I live, half an hour from London on the train. I was really eyeing that up, but I was thinking there's no way I'm going to miss the Euros final. So I don't know. Obviously, the men's Test match was on as well, so even sort of TV wise.
And she's bold. She's bold. So she tries to reverse there, and it was a funky too quick as Nish Patel in her first over, halfway through her first over, clean bowls. Unfortunately, Porter for 13. So Patel, the captain, brings herself on to bowl, and it's a sort of guile from Patel, but also perhaps a funky too soon from Porter.
Well, it's my fault because I was telling them to play the reverse.
And you were distracting them with talk about football as well.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you said try and be funky and try and sweep, and they tried to do both.
Pittman sprinted off as well. So just needs to use the facilities. We are in the 25th over, so they'll have a little bit of a drinks break now. But frustrating for Porter. But and again, it's shot selection, isn't it? Because they've been so watchful of all the other spinners. Patel's come on. There's not a lot wrong with that delivery. She's gone for the reverse sweep. She's 13 of 36. Obviously thinking I'd like to get a little bit of a move on. It brings, I'd imagine, Natasha Allen to the crease.
Yeah, they'll probably take the drinks break now, won't they? Yeah, so they've done no funky at all. Like you said, no sweeping, no reversing, no ramps or anything. And the first time they try and do a reverse sweep, and it doesn't come off, unfortunately.
That shows
for
what
Porter.
I know.
Yeah. So just keeping the screens on here. Yeah. So yes, unfortunate scheduling. I mean, I suppose one might ask, couldn't somebody higher up the chain have started the Tier 1 Vitality Blast earlier? Of course, difficulty because I know even from talking about Polly Starkey and Richard Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, they were talking about they couldn't get a train from Birmingham even to London in time for the start potentially of that. But if you could have brought it forward an hour or so, there wouldn't have been quite so much conflict. But then that takes a big buy-in from the top, and then a massive marketing effort to say the game is now starting earlier than scheduled. Or maybe just someone should have gone, well, if England get through, let's start all these finals a little bit earlier. But then you'd have faced but we can't get there, and public transport. You want to encourage people to use public transport, of course.
And
so
it's interesting as well because I look at the Women's Super League fixtures.
Oh, yeah?
And Sky Sports' idea was we're going to make 12 o'clock on a Sunday the main feature. And again, everyone's gone, well, public transport, a nightmare first thing in the morning. But also all these young girls who play football on a Sunday morning now are going to miss out on all of these games. But then also the TV have said, well, we tried giving you the Sunday evening slot. Again, public transport becomes a nightmare. Less ideal for families. There's always somebody who's going to miss out.
Yeah.
And the TV and match-going audiences just never seem to work out. You watch it on TV because you can't get there. So it's difficult. And I do feel for the ECB, but it did feel like a little bit of a shame, the fact that... And you can't have the final on the big screen in the ground. Of course, it's just going to be almost too distracting for the players and everything. So,
although I have to say, when the equaliser went in, you're kind of busy sat there, and then halfway through and over, the ball was just about to pitch, and there's an outcry, which is obviously England scoring their equaliser halfway through the delivery of a ball, and you kind of go, "Oh, we must have equalised." Everyone's checking their phones.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is unfortunate with women's sport because there is a crossover audience. The people who are following women's sport will have wanted to watch the football and the cricket potentially, and there is a massive crossover in that Venn diagram. But yeah, I mean, but one could celebrate it. How brilliant is it that there's great cricket on, and there's also, and on television, on Sky, and also the Euros. It just felt unfortunate, Of course, then if you reschedule it and England don't make the final,
Yeah.
then you're like, well, why are we here now? Well, because if England had got to but the England hockey, they delayed the news for the England hockey on BBC when they got to the finals of the Olympics or something. But yeah, so it is possible to, if you get buy-in right at the top, though. Anyway, we're about to start again, Freddie. I've got a couple more balls to go to that halfway stage. I know you're excited to wait for my formula. So this is 104 for 4. 2 more balls of Nish Patel, the captain's bowling. She's already got her first wicket for 1 run, and you are listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins and Freddie Cardy. Central Co-op County Ground, Metro Bank One Day Cup. Derbyshire put into bat when Northants won the toss this morning. Right arm over, a bit of spin from the captain that goes through the legs. Your nutmegs that, but not for a run.
If you're a fan of the unconventional bowling actions, this is the game to watch.
Yeah. Which I was watching a bit of commentating on Katie Levitt. That's another unusual spin bowling action from Durham. So Nish Patel here up and over her head. And that's another dot. She's stitched those dots together. So we are at that halfway stage. So 25 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons 104 for 4. Allen yet to get off the mark. Pittman on 10. Double plus 20, 228. Should be. It's a long way from here, but should be what they're aiming at. And we'll get some idea of, do they get to the 228? Do they fall short of it? Do they get beyond it? We get some idea of which half of the innings they've scored more of their runs from. So we'll see. We'll see. Something game within a game.
It's been all about the spin.
It has.
Far, and if you're Anisha Patel, you just keep this spin attack going as long as you can, really. But yeah, shaping up well. I think these are going to be a very interesting next 5-10 overs. If Derbyshire can get into those last 10, that's when you put your foot down, go T20 mode. Yep. You've got batting to come. Adriana Darlow, Rhiannon Nolan Davis, Harriet Parkin, Francesca Clark, and Pagan Hardwick. Phillips will bowl her 6th over. She's gone for 10 so far to go wicket with her first ball, but she's, I was going to say she was going to be hit for 4, and said there might be a run out. No, the wicket keeper was very kind to the stumps, chose not to remove them, as she felt that Allen has come through in ample time. Often you see a wicketkeeper just destroy them anyway, and square leg has to come running and go, all right. But she was like, you know what, fair enough, she's home.
She's laughing and smiling, chatting with the umpire.
So Allen 0 of 2. Falcons 105 for 4. Oh, that's spun back in and hit her high up on the pads. Yeah. Maybe sort of between the pads. 1 for 11, Phillips's figures. She comes bouncing in again, and that's cut straight to backward point for no run.
Yes, I think it is a confusing action. Phillips looks like, as you say, looks like she should be a medium to fast-paced bowler. Tall figure, unusual action. She's certainly using it to good effect.
Yeah, a couple of her deliveries have really turned. There's a sweep here, straight to...
Well, you suggested it, Freddie.
Yeah, I know, and this is why I'm commentator.coach. The reverse sweep, luckily it's not like, there's tournaments where they have the headset in and the commentator's talking to them. Of course, they can't tell them what to do. But, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
And that's swept up and over. It'll just be a single. They've got a sweeper back out on the square leg boundary.
For a minute, I thought that was going more square leg mid wickety, and I thought we were going to get a nice boundary there for Derbyshire. But no, straight to the only fielder stationed outside the 25-yard circle on the leg side. Although we're going to see they're going to send mid wicket back towards the rope, so there will be 2 on that leg side because they've heard Freddie say, let's play some more sweep shots, as that's played into the offside.
Yeah, again, not listening to me, which is absolutely fine and how it should be. 107 for 4 when the scoreboard does tick over. And Allen off the mark. 26 overs gone. Northamptonshire won the toss here at the Central Co-op County Ground under slightly greyer skies this morning. The sun's come through a little bit more. It's a pleasant day for cricket, as it always should be in the month of August.
It doesn't always play ball though, does it?
No.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the Derbyshire men have actually just finished a 4-day game against Northamptonshire.
Oh yeah,
down at Montage Road. So
all
there's
the
been
4 days.
two sides have played a lot in these two counties. That was a draw in the end, with rain a little bit coming to Derbyshire's rescue, as did Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees on the final day. That swept and straight to the fielder, almost a muted celebration because it was such a soft dismissal. Pittman's not really got going, and she will have to walk back to the pavilion. Derbyshire 107 for 5, in a little bit of trouble now.
Was that a sweep shot to caught, Freddie?
A little bit of a
I'm
slob
blaming
sweep.
Freddie for that one.
Yeah, that was a sweep, so
Yeah.
yeah, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Kirk, the Blaze Loney, taking the catch.
Yeah. She's been in the action, hasn't she? Oh, she will be, I'm sure, later. She's been having a good season for, well, Northants, and she's been playing for the Blaze as well, so getting plenty of match practice here.
John Dyson walking all the way to the boundary with the new batter. I presume is Adriana Darlow, so having a real conversation about how she's going to go about things. But another wicket falling to spin, and this has been the story of Derbyshire season a little bit, being frustrated by the spinners, and in the middle overs is where they've lost their wickets after strong starts.
Yeah. Northants, a very good bowling attack here, haven't they? They went from some great lined seamers, which Derbyshire were managing to get the occasional boundary from, and then they swapped out their seamers and brought in their spin attack, which is some ferocious set of spin bowlers, and they've used them to good effect here.
Well, the scorers have said Harriet Parkin is the new batter, so she'd be coming in
that's good
higher
enough
up
for
the
me.
order. They have got their binoculars out.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I think it's Adriana Darlow. It is the number 17.
Yeah.
So Jane will have to issue a correction. Well, so it's the Derbyshire skipper comes to the crease. Patel's bowled 7 balls, picked up 2 wickets, gone for just 1 run.
Darlow got the top score against in their loss against Yorkshire, 27 not out. She got 28 against Kent and 29 against Glamorgan. So getting some scores is the captain with the bat. We'll need her to dig in here.
Defends up and down the crease. She is a ballroom and Latin dancer. We're talking about cricketers of other disciplines. Former Yorkshire player and Derbyshire's club captain.
Oh, yeah. That's defended down. It sounded batty to me. Is this me or is this you? I can't remember.
This is still me.
Is it still you?
I can't
Yeah,
quite remember.
still you.
I think it's still me.
Yeah. There's a big appeal there, but it sounded a bit batty to me.
Have another look. Yeah, inside edge quite comfortably. Patel bowls again. And again, defended by Darlow. And that's the thing, with this 50 over game, there's still so much time in the game that you are 5 down. But just get yourself through to that 40 over mark, and anything over 200 now you're probably happy with. Will feel a little bit short, but you want to score on the board.
Yeah, I think they'd be quite liking the Jenkins formula if they could get to that.
Well, after the power play, they were 53 for no loss. After 20, 93 for 3. After 25, 104 for 4. So things have really slowed down. 27
overs gone. Derbyshire 107 for 5. Allen on 1 and Darlow yet to get off the mark. I remember that. So Polly, it's all coming back to me now. So talking about Polly Starkey, our joint mate, because she's into the football and the cricket, isn't she? In your peer group, as it were. We commentated on that double header at Worcestershire, and I think she was looking up niche stats, and she gave me the ballroom dancing thing, I think.
Swept, and that's a sharp throw back to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, the Derbyshire players are to fill out a bit of a fact file, and some of them put more detail than the others. And yeah, there's a couple of dancers, and I think Rhiannon Nolan Davis is a chef as well. Talking of food, as we often do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get hungry already. It goes up and over mid-wicket. This may well run away to the boundary. Yes, it will, and a much-needed one for Derbyshire and Natasha Allen. The score moves along to 111 for 5.
Yes, the pressure slightly relieved, at least briefly, as we move to Nelson. 1-1-1. Feet off the floor, please, Freddie.
Here is Phillips. And they will stay on Nelson. Another sharp bit of fielding.
Beth Ascot. She's whip it in the field, isn't she?
I was going to make
very athletic
racehorse joke.
Oh yeah, oh, it's a race. Yes,
you were gonna go
bowling from the racecourse end and stopped by Ascot. Yeah, excellent. I like that.
Oh, that's edged. And that is 4 more.
Do you know what? That is a smart shot. If that's going to go for 4, it's going to stop. Oh.
No, it's gone.
4.
It's gone. All covers are taking a battering as well.
That's a smart shot if she meant to play that. Little nibble.
Yeah, well, she's had a smile on her face as she went running away. I can let you lot decide at home. I'm not going to pass comment, but you'll take that if you're Natasha Allen. The bowler also has a smile on her face, Phillips, who may well just bowl her allocation all the way through here.
Well, she's been doing well, hasn't she?
Here she is again. Hit for 2 boundaries, and that does turn a little bit. Allen will just play it out to point for no run.
So her hair is similar to Nat Siva Brunt, so there's a sort of whiff of that in. She's a similar broad-shouldered, athletic kind of build. For those who can't see the picture,
that was another finals day topic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About the England players. So a couple of them did play,
yeah.
a couple of them didn't, and there was sort of mixed messaging around whether they could or not.
Yes, and I mean, I know the journalists like to make a big point of that. Does it matter whether it was their choice or whether they were rested or what? But how much? Oh, you're a journalist, so so how much does it matter whether which balance of was it their choice or whether they made to rest? Does it really matter?
I think,
or is it more about the fact that the communication was a bit muddled?
It's hard because well, as a journalist, whenever you get a press release, you always pick through it word for word. But the hard thing is, I think, as well, is if it is an England player, you know, for instance, some of the ones for the Blaze have barely played for the Blaze all year because of the England duty. So actually, maybe it is right that they don't just jump in and play in the final. Finals day even as it's defended, because you know you're not rewarding the players who've got you there to the final. Same with Yorkshire with Lauren Winfield Hill, who's been on loan at Essex, which I just don't think she should be able to play in finals day in a different division to the one she's been playing most of her cricket in. Same with Steer Callis, you know, playing in both finals days just seems insane, to be honest.
Apparently she Ubered herself from Northants to the Oval.
That's pricey.
I said to Polly Starkey, I'm only disappointed she didn't fly home and play for the Netherlands in between.
Yeah, it's impressive, but like, for instance, in football, that would never happen. You know, it would simply never happen. And I don't know how, you know, maybe it shouldn't quite be the case. I don't think you should be able to play in 2 cup finals of the same tournament.
One or the other. Yeah. I think that would be fairer, wouldn't it? I mean, you've always got that dilemma, haven't you? Because the fans and spectators want to see the big players, and it happens in all sports. It isn't just about cricket. You know, they get criticised if they don't have their big stars playing, but they also get criticised if your favourite player doesn't get a game because the England player comes back. So that's a 4 there.
Yeah, we've taken our eye off the ball there.
I know.
Chat as Patel is hit for 4 by the captain Darlow.
Yeah, captain to captain. Darlow decides, I've had enough of this. I'm going to hit that up and over.
Yeah, nice pick
through
up.
Through corner.
Patel's gone for just 6 runs. One shy of completing a 3rd over. Derbyshire run rate has dropped all the way down to just 4.1 per over.
But it is, they get criticised if they don't play. They get criticised if they do play, and then they knock somebody else out of playing, and a potential opportunity to play at a final. So I think, on balance, I would say I'd like them to play in one final or the other.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, like for Winfield Hill and Callis, you know, they're playing in Tier 2, but they have these loans because they are good enough to be Tier 1. So that really means they shouldn't be playing in Tier 2 and they shouldn't be playing in the Tier 2 finals day.
Yeah, and I wonder whether it is just the aberration of the fact that Yorkshire will get automatic promotion regardless of how they get on. So once they are out of Tier 2, there won't be that one team in Tier 2 is fully paid professionals, the rest aren't, because that is the case. Yorkshire are fully paid professionals, but none of the other teams in Tier 2 are fully are even part paid professionals. They're amateurs, so they're playing in, and they're getting automatic promotion regardless of how they get on, which was kind of, for some people, that made a delicious irony that Middlesex beat them in the final and didn't lose a wicket.
Isn't it?
Yeah, some achievement playing against full-time professionals. So you've got that dilemma. So once they go out, you've got next year. But then you've also got the slight dilemma of, well, Glamorgan might. I don't know that they have the resources that somehow Yorkshire seem to have called upon to be paying full-time professionals. Maybe Glamorgan will have something similar next season when they're in their about to be automatically promoted.
Down the ground from Natasha Allen for 4, using her feet. We haven't seen much of that actually against the spin, and it's productive there. And the boundary's coming a little bit quicker. We had 2 in the 28th over. 1 from Darlow in the last, and the first ball of this one is hit for 4 by Allen, who's 13 of 13.
Do you think the batters are getting their eye in, or the bowlers are slightly getting tired now and bowling slightly looser, potentially?
Yeah.
Bit of both, perhaps.
They're playing back again. So that's really the first time we've seen anyone come down the pitch to the spinners.
And that perhaps they should have done that, it's just to alter the line. The problem they've got is that Chloe Hill is stood so close up.
Oh, that's kept low, has it? Appeal for LBW. And umpire Spragg says no, that didn't hit her very high up on the pads at all.
No, getting a bit of movement off the pitch you mentioned earlier. However, I'm sat sort of sat slightly at an angle here. I'm not right behind that.
The question for the umpire is if it's turned too much and missed leg stump, because that looked close actually. That's fielded well by Point.
You mentioned that the pitch was turning for the men's
definitely
side,
is here.
So
particularly from this end, it looks like
getting value from a bit of rip, but perhaps too much on that ball. Perhaps doing a little too much.
Yeah, that did look close. I think it did keep a little bit low as well, that LBW shout. Really getting to the tail now from a Northants perspective if you break this partnership.
Yeah, there is that sense that Northants feeling like they're about to finish, come in for the kill, as it were. Steelbacks versus the Falcons.
Final ball of the 30th over is going to be a quick single.
Oh!
Throw is wide of the stumps again. Brave running and nearly brought the second run out of the innings, but not to be. 124 for 5.
I think their only benefit there was that Ascot had to go around that ball to field that to the wicketkeeper's end, and I think that took slightly longer than if she'd been picking it up to throw straight, shall we say, at the bowler's end. I don't know. I'm not saying that was a better run out. I'm just saying it was more work for Ascot to get round to field the ball, but it could have been quite risky there.
Yeah, Darlow would have been gone. Would have been gone by a couple of strides.
With a direct hit?
Yeah.
So, 30 overs gone. Falcons 124 for 5. Allen on 14. Darlow on 4. Nish Patel to continue in her 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs and 2 wickets. So the captain setting the standards, although their bowling attack is a high standard all round, seam and spin, as Nish Patel tosses the ball hand to hand. Allen will face, comes forward and just defends that down. The challenge they've got, as I mentioned, with these spinners is that Chloe Hill on debut for Northants is stood right up, right over the stump, so there's little chance to go forwards without the risk of being stumped as that ball goes straight back to the bowler. Was that a bump ball?
I
know it was. I thought it was a bump ball for a minute. Oh, it's caught.
We need some more celebrations.
So we do. Yeah, it's a bit quiet. So Allen is caught and bowled by Nish Patel there for 14 off 19 balls. It was a very quiet one. I assumed because she has her back to us, the batter, and so I assumed it had gone down first and it was a bump ball, but clearly straight back to Nish Patel, who says, "Thanks very much. I'll take an easy catch."
Yeah, just completely mistimed it because it came, looking at the replay, it sort of came off the middle of the bat, but she was just indecisive with the shot. And Patel has 3 wickets for 5 runs or 3.2 overs.
Why didn't she come on earlier?
She held herself back, and now Steelbacks will hope that they are into the tail. I think they are, and another tame dismissal, and Natasha Allen, who did a couple of boundaries, caught and bowled.
She was sort of the in batter as well, so in terms of she had 14 off 20 balls, and you kind of feel like, well, if she can stay there and then the others can bat around her, so...
Yeah, you're just hoping for anything over 200 now if you're Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Still, 19 and a bit overs to go. Still plenty of time, but it's just been stuck for a while now.
Yeah. So, just less than... so they'll have... am I right here? So, 116 balls left if they bat it all out. 19.4, is that right? Anyway, nearly 120 balls. So, what can they get to?
Yeah, Noeling Davis is in.
Noeling Davis. Okie dokie. To the crease. She's taking a mark from Amy Coyne. The other umpire is Laura Spragg, former England international.
Should I ask, did you have a view over the cricket ground in your hotel?
I did.
What was that
I did.
like?
I could have done the... I was I almost sent you a photo saying I'm staying up here. I'm going to go put the kettle on. As Nish Patel comes in again and watchfully dobbed down by Noeling Davis.
So
there is no run.
If you were up there now, decent view of the game?
Yeah, I was on the 3rd floor, so yeah, actually, having said that, probably 3rd floor, I could probably not see one of the corners, as is that another catch? Again, I thought that was a bump ball. That's straight down, I thought, and straight to the fielder. But however, there was no down first, and it went straight to the fielder at cover. So Noeling Davis goes and 4-0, unfortunately, caught at cover.
Yeah, the bat just turned in her hand, came to the outside edge.
Come on, Derbyshire.
Outside edge, and Northants taking control. Patel 4 for 5.
Patel gets another one. So caught at cover. We're going to find out in a minute who took the catch.
Yeah,
this is not good for Derbyshire, and. I couldn't quite hear the PA then.
Lenny Sims.
Lenny Sims took the catch at cover. Yeah. They're some potent force, bowling and catching than the spin team for Northants. So Falcons are 124 for 6. As Noeling 124 for 7, beg your pardon, 124 for 7 at Derbyshire. Put into bat when Steelbacks won the toss this morning. And they have thrown pace, good pace and good line. They have thrown all sorts of spin at Derbyshire. And Derbyshire really toiling here at the Central Co-op County Ground. Desperately in need of digging in as Parkin comes to the crease. Harriet Parkin.
Now looking for a fifer.
She is. As Parkin goes back and just defends that just into the leg side, but they don't get a run. Chloe Hill having a little run out from behind the stumps there on debut for Northants. And Patel comes in again to Parkin. Rocks back, plays that through point. Lovely shot through point. I think it's going to hold up because there's 2 fielders after it. They just reel it in with a yard to spare. So did they get through to 2 there? Yes. They did. So 2 more to the total then. So Falcons are 126 for 7. 31 overs gone. Yeah, Parkin on 2, Darlow on 4. Desperately needing to rebuild here at the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby. Free entry. Get yourself down here. Bring a picnic in the sunshine, watching a bit of cricket. Who doesn't want to do that? I know Derbyshire want to get as many eyes on the women's game here as they possibly can, so that's why they've made it free entry for folks.
Lost 4 wickets in the last 7 overs. The Falcons been the middle order struggles again, and adjusting back to 50 over cricket. Probably no surprise Northampton have bowled first.
Yeah.
And we'll have seam back on, and I'm surprised about that. I thought they were just going to keep going away with their spinners. I mean, Patel's still got 6 overs left, Sims 4, but it's going to be Gemma Marriott, the skipper, who bowled well. I think she bowled she got Northampton over the line. She came on and actually bowled the last 2 overs of Derbyshire's innings and went for very little, and then she scored 54 or 56, was sort of dropped anchor in the reply and helped Northampton win the T20 game here, and now she's come on to bowl, but yeah, she was excellent with ball and bat in the T20 game here.
So Marriott has brought a fine leg finer. They're both on the boundary there and at long third, as it were. It goes down the leg side. It's given a wide. My umpire Spragg. Another one to the total. Derbyshire will take all of those and the bonus balls that they present.
Absolutely.
127 for 7. So Marriott, you mentioned the 20 over captain, didn't she? You mentioned Gemma Marriott, number 19 on her back, running away from us into Darlow. Oh, and it's clean bowled. She's clean bowled the Derbyshire captain for 4 off the 11 balls that she's faced. And Derbyshire are in disarray here at the county ground. Oh, Freddie.
Just bring Marriott on.
It's easy, isn't it? Another golden arm.
Yeah, bowled a wide. We think, maybe her radar's a little bit off. The second ball, absolutely no problems whatsoever. Straight through. And that was an important innings, you felt, for Darlow. The Derbyshire captain with her side in a bit of trouble, and she's not been able to help them put a big score on here. And Northampton, if they went into the tail before, they certainly are now. And a fine start for Marriott.
Wow, yes, first bowler. Same as Phillips came on with a first bowler as well, didn't she? So Northampton's bowling really well here. I mean, there were a couple of gifted sort of run-outy type and sort of easy catches early on, but this has been really good bowling from Northampton, who won the toss this morning and decided that they would play their strong suit, presumably, to bowl first.
Yeah, lovely when you can bring your 7th bowler on.
Yeah,
and you can just remove your captain with their first legal delivery.
It's some going because their seam and their spin have bowled some tight lines here, made it really hard for Derbyshire as Marlowe comes into Clark this time. Right arm over. Clark swipes that to the leg, but straight to a fielder, and there is no run.
Almost tied to her bat behind her pads, does Clark, when she's setting up as the scorers. I think we're just talking about when lunch is going to be ready. Perhaps they need to get the oven on a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it might be. Might need to start that lunch prep a little earlier, with Derbyshire desperately needing to get some runs on the board here, and they're gifted one as a wide. We'll take that one. 128 for 8, parking on 2. Clark yet to get off the mark. It's that horrible one where, as you said, wide the first ball, and you can be distracted by the fact, that's not a good line.
Josh
and
Tongue
then
in the Test match. Have you seen him? He's sprayed the ball absolutely everywhere,
then
for all sorts of wides, and taken some absolutely beautiful wickets as well. That's not missed by much.
Straight through there. Through a gap there, yeah. So is it a tactic? I mean, it would be a risky tactic, wouldn't it? Because somebody might just whack one off a ball that might be given a wide, but goes down the leg side. We see players like Natseva Brunt or I don't know, Grace Harris will play a ball that really should be given wide, but is seen as a low risk shot. As that's a little nibble. Are they going to get 4 runs? The far end, 2 fielders running.
Yes.
Freddie's given it a 4 before it even got to their rope. There was 2 fielders who literally just got to the ball as it said, "Thank you very much, I'm going over the rope."
Again, we've seen that there was
little
one
nibble,
catch that went down, I think, in the power play, and they didn't talk to each other. And again, there on the boundary, that shouldn't have been 4. All you need there is one to dive in and get down low. And the body language from Marriott and the wicketkeeper was not good there on the replay when they realised it got to 4. Clark will take that. In fact, was it 4 byes?
I thought it was a little nibble, but bowler comes in again, and that one's left alone. But regardless,
you're fuming about that.
Yeah, I think it felt like she got some bat, at least the moral bat to it, shall we say, given that talking about England men.
Every run's going to be crucial now.
Falcons 132 for 8. Clark, the scorers say, yet to get off the mark, parking on 2. Parking at the non-strikers as that ball goes straight through to the wicket keeper. The end of the over. Another over gone. So 32 overs gone. Derbyshire 132 for 8. Desperately hoping that the Jenkins formula might be somewhere near, but I think it seems like a long way off at this point.
Clark's done the right thing there, though. Just get your eye in. There's so much time. You know,
Yeah.
don't have to go out swinging now. Just defend what you can, and if you get anything loose, try and put it away. But, 18 overs, just try and bat as many of them as possible. And you just take it, small, but in small steps, 140, then 150. And if you can just get anything to bowl at now, then you hope your bowlers have a day out.
Derbyshire still have 108 deliveries. What can they make from those 108 deliveries? Northants wanting to get the wickets. Derbyshire want to get as many runs as they can to bowl at as the batter comes forward. Nish Patel does a slow motion dive to stop that, and there is no run. Parkin facing. She's got 2 off her 3 balls she's faced. Clark's faced 5. For no runs so far, 132 for 8. Nish Patel floats one up. It's played into the leg side. It was a huge looping delivery, and they get through for a single. So that's off the bat this time, 133 for 8. It's a huge loop, wasn't it?
But also tempting the batter.
Yeah.
When you have so many balls left and you're into the tail,
Have a go at that.
That's quite clever from the captain, because if she miscues that up in the air.
Well, she smacks it. There is a fielder at backward square, 10 yards off the rope. Big boundaries here at Derby today. Nish Patel floats one again, straight through to Chloe Hill behind the stumps. There is no run. Sort of missed timing here from Clark. Not quite getting the bat down at the right time. Big swipe at that one. It's in the air, but it's going to drop in a gap. Oh, the trap was set. They get through for a single.
It's so hard there because as the batter and a lower order batter, your eyes light up and you're thinking, this is my ball, but actually Patel's possibly just doing this on purpose because there's the mistake that's drawn. She went after it, Clark, but just actually there's no need at this point.
When's it going in the air again? And are they going to take it? That's another dot ball for Nish Patel. Not enough flight on that one to smack that one, but I think everyone, particularly on the leg side for Northants, will be.
You have to go test mode here, really.
Yeah, bring them in. That's into the offside this time. Oh, they're going to take a risky run there. It's possible shy at the Northants are a bit asleep there.
I don't know who was more asleep.
More asleep. Everyone was asleep. So they did get a single, and that's the end of the over. So 33 overs gone. Derbyshire 135 for 8. Parkin on 4. Clark on 1. Both teams half asleep with that one because that was a risky run, but Northants really not on the ball, as it were, in terms of getting the. They could have easily had a run out. Derbyshire could have run themselves out.
Yeah, I think Parkin's going to be wanting to have most of the strike here. She hit a couple of nice balls away for a couple of runs, but yeah, you just have to, really. It's a lot easier saying up here, but you just have to block everything. And, even if you literally go at 2 and over for 17 overs.
Drag it out.
And get the odd nick for 4, that's just all you can do. And there's no pressure on you now. You're into the tail. Yeah. There's no pressure on the dugout. No expectation. The middle order batters haven't quite done their job. Right.
Marriott in again, straight through to the wicket keeper. And there's a breaking of stumps, but not with ball in hand or stumpy or anything. So Chloe Hill just puts the bails back on again.
Third is
dot ball.
I think I'd bring third a little bit finer for that nick. Fine legs in quite fine.
Yeah, and that was Marriott moved the fine leg to fine. So, but she didn't do the same the other side. The third is a long way off, but possibly not at an acute enough angle, says Freddie. And that's squirted. Oh, is it bowled? It's clean bowled. And Northants get another wicket. And Parkin is clean bowl for 4 off the 8 balls that she's faced by Marriott. And they are all picking up wickets here. So 2 wickets already for Marriott. And she's only bowled 1.2 overs. So, yes, it feels like almost at last right moment here of Derbyshire 135 for 9.
just come on and bowled full and straight. It's exactly what she did in the blast match here as well. Marriott coming on late on, or relatively late on in the innings, and the wickets just keep coming. Final batter then, Pagan Hardwick, comes to the crease, and yeah, the lunch will be served early. I've got 2 lines left on my notepad, and each line is for an over, and I don't have quite enough for the whole 50 overs. And actually, if they are bowled out soon, it's going to work perfectly for my notepad, but not so much for the Derbyshire.
We don't want that. We want Derbyshire to be getting a decent score, Freddie.
Well, after 23 overs, well, Derbyshire were 3 down until the 24th over. 10 overs later, they're 9 down.
So Derbyshire started well. Kuza, let me get the scorecard up.
I mean, look at the
Kuza and Shaw.
The 16th over, when Shaw was caught behind, and then there was that Andrews run out. And then from there was sort of 6, 7, 8 overs where there was only 1 boundary, and then the wickets have fallen as soon as Patel came on, and then Marriott. But just some of the decision making, that Andrews run out, but certainly Phillips coming on confused Shaw with her first delivery, confused a few of us.
Yeah.
But Marriott 2 for 2, Patel 4 for 10. There's some impressive bowling figures out there. Can Marriott wrap things up?
Hardwick. Oh, is that clean bowl? She has, as if to call the ball. So that's Derbyshire Falcons women are all out for 135. Hardwick gets clean bowled by Marriott, who finishes her, I say spell, it's hardly a spell. It's 1.3 overs. She gets 3 wickets. So Marriott, 1.3 overs, 2 runs for 3 wickets. So that's going to take some improving on. So yeah, Northampton bowled really well. So Carpenter 6 overs, no maidens, 26 runs for no wickets. Reed 4 overs for 27 but no wickets. Kemp 3 overs, 23 runs for 1 wicket. Sims 6 overs for a measly 12, no wicket. But then Phillips gets a wicket for 26 off her 8 overs. But Patel 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 4 wickets, the captain. Marriott, 1.3 overs, no maidens, 2 runs and 3 wickets. So Patel and Marriott, the scourge of Derbyshire there. What do you reckon then?
Yeah, disappointing for Derbyshire. Again, a good start. Quite similar innings to much of their T20 performances. Patel's having a bit of a chat with the umpires as they walk. I don't know what this is about. She's sort of waving to her team. Just keeping an eye on this.
Maybe it's about how long will the break be and when will we be back potentially, because they're only 33.3 overs into a 50 over. So we've Derbyshire have paid for 16.3 that they didn't bat for as the grounds staff come on to. Just asking when she needs to be ready,
but hopefully she'll have the usual lunch break. But yeah, that scorecard: Kuza 40, Shaw 31, Porter struggled a bit on. Made 13. Andrews was run out for a duck. Pittman 12. Allen 14. The middle order never got going. Darlow 4 when Marriott came back on. Then the tail was the tail. Nolmy Davis duck. Parkin 4. Clark 1 and Hardwick bowled. First ball. We've seen a lot of that. Bowlers coming on and making an impact straight away.
2 bowlers who take wickets on the first ball.
They've just, for the most part, they've just bowled full and straight, haven't they? And challenged the stumps, kept the stumps in play. At the start, they kept the outside edge in play. Kuza and Shaw played well through the power play, but and again, I mean, you don't want to put all the pressure on Kuza because she is a good player, and you want the rest of your team to step up. But she did throw a wicket away a little bit when she was caught in the covers. And Derbyshire. Well, they do have bowling. And they do have these different bowling options, but they'll have to start very well. They need to take some early wickets and really get in and amongst it, as that is going to be a difficult score to defend. Northants will need 136 to win. I mean, all is not lost for Derbyshire, because if they can have a day out with the ball, then they'll give themselves a chance. But this is a Northants attack that's got some good batting quality. Michaela Kirk is coming in at 6. There's a lot of runs.
Yeah, they're going to have to bowl particularly well and field well, because it felt like whilst Northants bowled well, there were 1 or 2 times in the field where they could have been slightly sharper, actually. Still work to do. But yeah, so we're going to have a little break for lunch then. No, we're not going to have a break for lunch. turns out we're not going to have a break though, Freddie. Tell us what's going to happen.
So they're going to come out in 10 minutes. So that will be at 5-1. So this is obviously what the conversation was about.
Yeah, you spotted that, didn't you?
The umpires, and then we're going to play until 1:30. I don't know how close Northampton will be to the target by then in 35 minutes, and then we'll have lunch, and then Derbyshire will hope it chucks it down for the rest of the day. But yeah, I've not seen this in a one-day game, to be honest, but obviously because the innings finished so early that, well, we know we're not going to be here till 5 p.m. with the target Northampton require. It's going to have to be over early one way or another. But I don't know if that benefits either side. Northampton, I guess it works for them. They have the momentum going back in, and Derbyshire have to get straight back out, all of these bowlers, and get going straight away. But then you have that long lunch break.
I think it works well for the caterers, who I suspect we're not not expecting to get panic. Yeah, we haven't got lunch ready yet. So, well, an interesting. And it just shows that when you've got women in charge, that it's an efficient use of time. So, so I don't know who's decided. Presumably the umpires, in consultation with the teams, have decided that. So, we're going to have an interesting. So we're going to have another innings before we have some lunch, and then see how we go from there.
I did mention Kirk was in at 6. That's actually in at 3. So it's Amelia Kemp and Chloe Hill. Hill on debut will open things up for Northants, and Clark and Hardwick are out there doing their bowling drills at the moment as the roller goes along on the pitch.
Because they might choose to change the batting order because they've got this sort of short burst, and then the second burst, knowing that they're not chasing a massive total, significantly shorter than the Jenkins formula. Not that big in that up particularly, but because it probably works better in tier 1 than it does in tier 2. But yeah, so we're gonna have a little nib. We're gonna have a short break, and then we're gonna. Let's talk about the Euros.
Yes.
We're going to talk about the Euros.
I have to say, I thought Switzerland were great hosts. I was very jealous. I know a lot of journalists, commentators who were over there. I was working with a few of them sort of remotely, and it just looks stunning. Never been to Switzerland, but a lot of the grounds and the venues. But also, there's a lot of talk about when the Euros were here with the final at Wembley, where you get 90,000 people. Switzerland, it was sort of 30,000, 40,000 seater stadiums. But all of them were full, weren't they? And we had similar conversations in women's cricket. Actually, it's all well and good having a finals day at the Oval where you get 5,000 in. But there's a spectacle about a smaller sold-out stadium that really works. And I thought almost the aesthetics of the tournament were really good.
Yeah. It looked like they were getting some good crowds, weren't they? And it is always that dilemma. The Aussies have this word they call them boutique grounds. So I'm thinking about somewhere like they call it the Junction Oval at Melbourne, which is a smaller ground, probably about the size of here, similar to sort of Worcester size. Is it better to have that full and get an atmosphere than have a massive ground where people are rattling around? Same applies here. Do you fill out a smaller ground, or do the players and the occasion deserve a bigger ground? But then it's harder to sell it out. Although the argument is always about get the scheduling right and get the marketing right, as we saw with the women's Ashes here 2 seasons ago, which was running parallel with the men's Ashes, and actually the narratives not similar, but they were complementary in terms of that. And then you're getting sold out grounds regardless of the size, and you've got the narratives of the two Ashes things. So yeah. So Switzerland, great hosts, and your contacts on the ground were saying that they were looking after them and enjoying it.
Very expensive country, apparently.
I think
because everyone's doing all right for themselves, I think, basically. The economy's good and everything. But, yeah, it takes a bit getting used to. But, yeah, did enjoy it. Competitive tournament. And the Lioness is showing you don't have to play well to win tournaments, which is exactly what tournaments are about, I suppose. Spain playing the best football, probably. And, really, really enjoyed it. And, looking forward to how that certainly, when they won it in 2022 on home turf, the momentum that took into domestic football in terms of the top division and further down the pyramid. And I really hope we see, it's not going to be a full repeat of that because that was such a marker and the fact it was on home soil. But I really think England winning it, and now, most of these English players playing in the WSL, I think it's going to be really good for attendances.
But great for women's sport as well, because it, is that celebration, isn't it? And like you mentioned, some of those. I didn't manage to see all of them because some of them clashed with. I was watching England women's cricket play, but where I could, there was one game that I thought, oh my God, it looked dire. I can't even remember which game it was, and what result was. But it is the old adage about it's not playing well. It's playing well at the right time with a tournament, which. In terms of the parallel to cricket, I think that's the thing that Charlotte Edwards to take it into the cricket scenario, and this is why it's the kind of fairy tale is set up, isn't it? We've got a home T20 World Cup in this country. Charlotte Edwards surely in the job that she was destined to do in terms of coaching England. She understands the success that she's had in franchise cricket around the world, and as Southern Vipers coach, Sydney Sixers, and the various jobs that she's held that she's been successful at, and it isn't always about winning. It's about winning at the moment. And even as England captain, when she was still playing, she understood that in tournament cricket sometimes you do have a bad game, and you have to kind of pass that off, and understand that you play it well at the right time. You get yourself in the final, and then everything's to play for. Then, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it's the big moments in the big games, and that's where England, certainly the cricket side, that's where you think back to that T20 World Cup and the catches that were dropped. And it is those pressure moments, and there's been a lot of interesting conversations, but I think it does go back to there are so many more eyes on the women's game now that the expectations become higher, don't they? And you talk about it the same with Tier 2. I think probably if you're the paying public, you're coming in and you're expecting maybe this top quality cricket, but then you have to temper your expectations because these players aren't getting paid. They don't train full time, and it's an interesting balance. But the Northants openers making their way out to the middle. Derbyshire going through all sorts of warm-ups. There's some sort of stretches going on. Some bowlers bowling, some taking catches. Everyone's got their own little things they want to do.
Yeah, just to get themselves ready, get their mind in play. But the Northants very keen. I mean, that was obviously the discussion that you spotted. Nish Patel, the captain, having a word with the umpires, just checking exactly what was going to happen next. But they're going to be at the crease before Derbyshire are ready in the field. So Northants very keen to get this done here. There is a bonus point on it's something to do with 1.25. I don't understand numbers, but usually it's about 40 overs, which actually in the first innings, Derbyshire have not batted 40 overs. So,
no.
But it'll be something to do with the proportion of how fast they get it.
Just to keep you updated with some of the scores.
Oh yes, tell us what's happening in the other games.
Middlesex have made a fist of it at
Headingley,
actually. 140 for 8. Still 10 overs and a bit to go there. At Neath in South Wales, Glamorgan 202 for 3 against Leicestershire, 12 overs to go. The same at Hove, Gloucestershire 227 for 5. And here Derbyshire bowled out for 135. The test match, England have finally removed Akash Deep for 36, but India's lead is a good one, 154 in front at the Oval. So if you're just joining us here, Derbyshire, as I say, bowled out for 135. Jess Cooser and Lara Shaw top scoring. We're going to have around about 35 minutes. We're then going to break for lunch, and then whatever's left of the run chase, or perhaps Derbyshire wickets to take if they're hoping for the best, then that will be completed after the lunch break. So it could be almost quite a short final session, if you want to put it in red ball cricket terms. A little bit strange, but in a sport that revolves around food, essentially, these things have to happen.
Why do you think we're in it? We've talked a lot about loan deals. I'm just thinking about that game at Neath, Glamorgan are playing. I noticed that Abby Freeborn of Warwickshire Bears is on loan there to Glamorgan. Of course, she's in competition at Warwickshire Bears with Nat Wraith, who's been batting like a dream, hitting the ball up and over the top, and keeps wicket. She was an import from what was Western Storm, would now be Somerset, over the winter. So, Abby Freeborn has gone to play for Glamorgan. Great batter, Abby Freeborn. She will be a great asset. I used to refer to her and Amy Campbell. We were talking about Amy Campbell this morning before we went on air, who's now at Yorkshire. But when Amy Campbell and Abby Freeborn played for Central Sparks, I used to refer to them as the engine room, because Abby Freeborn, when she hits a ball, let me tell you, it stays hit. So, eyes on that Glamorgan game. Bethan Ellis also is on loan from Warwickshire in that game. But meanwhile, back at Central Co-op County Ground. Do you want to go?
Shall I start things off?
Yeah, start it off then, Freddie.
Francesca Clark will start things off with a slip in place as well. Here is Clark on the money straight away, a dot ball. And Derbyshire, if they're going to do this, they're going to need wickets.
They're going to need to be smartly off the mark with a ball here.
Slip in, and they have a fielder back at deep backward square and one at third.
Yeah, deep third.
Step behind the boundary for a moment, as the fielders like to do. Clark in again, driven. Oh, there's a misfield at point, and you don't want those when every run is going to be so important. And Kemp is off the mark. Chloe Hill comes on to face her first ball as a Northants player. She kept nicely in the first innings.
Yep. So one pigtail out of the back of the helmet.
So Clark then Hill will face. She didn't make many runs against Derbyshire for Worcestershire this season. Clark in, that's wide. Got a long way wide, which is a surprise because her first two balls are in the right place, but she got that one wrong. Yeah, Chloe Hill, so former Worcestershire captain, stood down at the start of June, so not long ago, making her debut here, 28 years of age, very experienced. As you said in the first inning, Central Sparks, Southern Vipers, South East Stars, also gig on the 100 with London Spirit. That's wide outside off stump, half stopped in the ring, well stopped as Kuza will do the fielding into Clark.
There's a good parry there at point. As an ex-point specialist fielder, I always appreciate a good bit of point fielding there. But you can't see that off because it's just off camera. They're just on the ring. Managed to parry that goalkeeper style down, and a colleague then threw that in.
Oh, batter just backing away. I think it just wasn't ready for one reason or other. There was no movement behind the bowler's arm. The umpire is just going to adjust the stumps, which I thought earlier looked a little bit wonky when they were walking out, but I didn't want to comment on it in case I'm going mad. They do look a bit better now, to be fair, as Clark will come in again for the fourth ball of the over, full and dug out to mid-wicket for a dot ball. Staying with the slip-in, as Northants did in the power play. Adriana Darlow, the captain, next to Megan Pittman, two of the experienced heads in this Derbyshire side. Both with their blue caps on, as are this whole Derbyshire team.
Yep.
Clark in again, that's cut away behind point, and third will come round to do the fielding. Pagan Hardwick, and Northants look for a second there. Did Chloe Hill. Getting to know her teammate by being sent back, and they will just have a single.
Clark got 3 for against Worcester, didn't she?
Yeah, she's very much the new ball bowler in this Derbyshire side. Under sunny skies now, still a little bit of cloud cover, and that's just defended into the offside by Hill, 4 of the over.
There will be 10 overs of power play in this, so that corresponds to fielding restrictions with the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard circle, of course, in the men's game. The numbers inside and outside the circle are different in the men's and the women's game, but here, 10 overs of power play, which is the only power play in the women's one-day cup here. They are only allowed 2 fielders outside of that for the first 10 overs. Who
will come on at the other end? Tasha Allen has given a cap to someone, but she's not going to bowl.
No.
So that's confused everyone. I haven't seen her bowl, so it's going to be Rhiannon Nolan-Davis. Derbyshire men have announced a new signing as well. Matt Montgomery from down the road at Trent Bridge is signing. I think it was a
short journey.
The length of the deal, just in case it wasn't disclosed. But yeah, certainly. He's a Germany international, so we'll link up with Italy international Wayne Madsen. But yeah, he bowls a bit of sort of mystery spin as Nolan-Davis comes on, and middle order batter, but coming because he wants to play a little bit more red ball cricket, but a very handy T20 operator as well. So Matt Montgomery on a 3-year contract, and he's going to sign on loan for the One Day Cup. And then I think he's spending the rest of the season with Nottinghamshire and then signing permanently next year. That's again wide side off stump. Bit of movement away. No run.
We've talked a lot about the loans in the women's game. I can understand it more where it's tier 1 players like Abby Freeman I mentioned, maybe not getting the game time that she wants, going down to play in tier 2 Glamorgan, get some game time.
Bright sunshine now. There's not a lot of carry there for Nolan Davis. Well, now long before Pittman maybe comes up to the stumps.
But yeah, some of these loan deals are interesting.
Yeah, would you change anything about the system?
Oh, I think you're right. I think, particularly if you've got finals day the same weekend, you've got to pick which one you're going to play for.
Oh, it's a nice shape again from Nolan Davis into the pads, flicked away to mid-wicket for a single.
Or maybe it's just who you've played most for in the qualification to that. And then maybe that just... It needs simplifying somehow, doesn't it? It doesn't, it's... it is that dilemma. You want to see the stars, but on the other hand, if they're displacing someone and,
or almost as soon as you go on loan, that's who you play for.
Yeah.
And you're almost cup-tied, is the
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
in
that was
football.
I was going to say that was the phrase in football, isn't it? You're cup-tied once you've gone one way, yeah.
Nolan Davis, good start here and beats the bat again. Each of these deliveries is swinging away a little bit from the right-hander's outside edge.
Definitely at least a majority, or if you've gone, if you've gone, it's a non-return clause sort of thing. If you go to do that, that's who you're going to play for. Something needs simplifying anyway.
Yeah,
definitely.
But obviously, it's all new teething problems.
It is, and also having those tiers does allow those kind of getting people match practice, whilst in a professional setup at tier 1, but needing match practice and going to play for another side, like Michaela Kirk. We'll see her later.
Second slip in now as Nolan Davis comes in for the 5th ball of the over, and this is hit back down the ground just past the bowler's arm. Good diving stop by Natasha Rallan. It'll be a single. Well, we never saw Northants have a second slip in. That was the final ball of the over actually from Nolan Davis.
We like that. We like that aggression from Darlow. Adriana Darlow. 2 slips. You don't often see 2 slips in women's cricket in any format.
No, I got confused by this in a previous game.
I'm
wondering if that was a 5-ball over.
Ooh.
Which, oh no, the scorers have caught up. There we go.
Yeah, it's just
Derbyshire wouldn't have minded that. But
keeping the scorers.
Sneak it through.
Yeah, just nobody will notice. It's all right. We can hear laughter
Jane's
from the room next door.
now,
There's a bit of sense now. Jane's back. We'll have the right amount.
Clark, quick change between the overs, and there's no run there. And Kemp lets Hill know.
Chloe Hill said, "Oh,
there's a big gap through square.
There
left,
is.
isn't there?
Yeah, if they can get that, there's a massive pocket between, well, anywhere, but certainly between Laura Spragg, the square leg umpire, and the short mid-wicket fielder. There's a massive gap. She can get that in there. If there's anything loose down the leg side, Chloe Hill really needs to make the most of that.
It's got to be spot on now, Clark. That's driven away to cover. Slight misfield from Clark's mate, Laura Shaw. Both of them at Loughborough University.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about that earlier, weren't we?
We were talking about...
That's not a gap in the market, isn't it? But it's somewhere where if you're looking for players for Derbyshire, that's, just down the road.
Yeah.
Strong cricketing place, Loughborough.
Yeah.
ECB HQ, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clark, that's dabbed away, reaching for it.
Well, it's training HQ at least, with the pitch there.
Yeah, they have it where they can sort of simulate different climates, don't they? Where
Is there a climate chamber down there?
There's something like that. You can train for, say, a trip to India or something like that.
Yeah, it's a fairly small pitch. Of course, Loughborough Lightning used to play their home games on that pitch as well. So,
that's beating the outside edge. A pitch and taken. Francesca Clark gets Derbyshire on the board, and Chloe Hill is trudging off on her debut. Good spell of pressure there from Clark, and she's getting the ball to talk, and Derbyshire are on the board.
Oh, this is exactly what Derbyshire needed, an early wicket, and also Chloe Hill, who could have been very dangerous there, coming in its debut for Northants. She has to go, unfortunately, for 2, which will please Derbyshire, and early wicket. And this is where, wonder whether this sort of short burst, then we have lunch and then finish, might be helpful, having taken that early wicket, getting the opener out. So Steelbacks are 6 for 1.
Tell you what, that is a great catch from Megan Pittman, because as we said, there's not a lot of carry. There was a thick enough outside edge where she had to move down low to her right. Just having a look on the replay. Again, good line and length, forcing the batter to play. And good catch. As soon as she hit the floor, she was appealing as well. Jumping back to her feet.
Yeah.
That's just what Derbyshire needed.
I liked Chloe Hill was trying to ignore the umpire and then kind of finally looked up and thought, oh yeah, she spotted that. I've got an edge there.
In comes Emily Carpenter. Oh no, the scoreboard's got it wrong. I was surprised. It's going to be Michaela Kirk coming higher up the order. We did
talking of low knees
about this earlier, if they might send one of their more aggressive batters higher up the order with the low total, and that is flicked into that vacant mid-wicket region. They're going to think about 2 and decide against it. Well, that's a good start for Derbyshire. They're going to need a few more of those. And with Michaela Kirk in the middle, who can make big runs, they need to get her early.
They do. So in terms of the rankings, Michaela Kirk is 2nd in the runs table, and she is 3rd in the averages, averaging 118.5 in this. That's some going, isn't it? So they'll need to get her out early.
Well, that is Kemp flicking the ball away for 4 through mid-wicket. Beautiful piece of timing. That's the first boundary of the innings and spoils a good over from Francesca Clark. Northants 11 for 1.
Yeah. So, yeah, Kirk on loan from the Blaze, based at Nottingham, up the road. The players apparently voted to keep the name The Blaze as opposed to changing it to Notts.
Shouldn't have been their decision, in my opinion.
In your opinion, yeah.
I don't know, I'm just watching finals day and you're thinking, if that's your first women's cricket match, you know, if you're watching on TV or at the Oval and you're thinking, right, Warwickshire makes sense, Birmingham Bears, even if you like, makes even more sense, which is why they've done it. And then playing the Blaze.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know, it's just, if more teams were given that choice, and maybe they were, you know, I don't know the inside information, but I just think, and even if more teams were and they all said no, then I think they should have just turned to the Blaze and said, well, look, general consensus is it's going to be the counties, it's got to be
even
the
if they made it Nottinghamshire Blaze, which should have been the easy way to do it. It does seem very odd, because I was commentating for Durham against the Blaze, and we got to the end of a 50 over, and I saw some spectators after the game. They'd watched the whole game.
Cut away to point for no run.
Husband and wife, they watched the whole game, so they're obviously there watching Durham and enjoying that. 50 overs gone, and I'm walking back out towards the gate. So the woman said to the bloke, "So who are the Blaze?" Because, you know, you're in there to enjoy the cricket. You know who Durham are, because you know, maybe Durham members or whatever, but they don't know who the Blaze are. So yes.
The field has just misjudged it at points, or went the wrong way. Clark will come round on the boundary to tidy up. 2 runs to Michaela Kirk.
A poor fielder at point there went both ways. She went one way and then found the ball went the other, and so found herself sort of mid-air trying to change direction, and just unfortunately couldn't stop that ball.
I mean, even thinking of franchise cricket all around the world, you know, every team is, you know, is because of a location or a city, and that's in the name. Yeah. Melanie Davis throws that back to the wicket keeper. Yeah.
Or it's one that's established in, let's say, the Bears thing is associated with the men, but they've worked hard on launching the women as the Bears as well. Birmingham Bears, Warwickshire Bears, the Bears. But yeah, Blaze is niche at best.
Yeah, that cry of "you Bears," there's another swing and a miss outside off stump. So. The Bears thrashed Derbyshire men here by about 100 runs in the final T20 home game. And I was back having a drink in the garden, as we like to do after a long day of filming. Yeah. And we could hear, we're about maybe half a mile from the town centre, and we could hear in the garden shouts of "you Bears."
It is a distinct.
All of these fans are out, obviously, on a night out in Derby to celebrate their big victory, and we could hear "you Bears" from a good half a mile away. And we heard it for about 4 hours here as well, over the course of the T20 up in that stand that's left alone. They have plenty of time on their side, Northampton. If you are just joining us, 20 minutes until lunch. So Derbyshire will be trying to make a few inroads. I mean, they'd love them sort of free down, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Before lunch, with very little on the board.
Yeah.
Take advantage of this ball while it's still swinging. Nolan Davis has been able to do that. Clark picked up the wicket of Chloe Hill at Worcestershire Loney in the first over. There's a misfield there. It's going to cost a couple of runs. They'll jog back for an easy 2. Millie Gray, who is 12th, is on to do the field. I don't know who's gone off. We'll find out. End of the over. 15 for 1.
Yes.
Just 2.6 and over, so time is not an issue.
No, but we're going to have an interesting inning. So we're going to have a short burst and then lunch and then a second burst potentially, as a drink is brought on, potentially some sort of medication perhaps from one of the Derbyshire players.
Energy gel or something.
Yeah, maybe a bit of cramp juice or something. So it's going to be interesting show. I've not seen this before. Short burst before lunch. I know it happens a lot in the men's 4-day stuff, doesn't it? But when you get odd bits of innings before breaks. Efficient use of time here from the umpires and whoever else has decided that we'll do this.
Oh, Clark beats off stump again. Good line and length. This is a customary way of operating, really, with the new ball. Just likes to keep the batter guessing.
Well, you mentioned earlier that there's a bit of green tinge as well, so the seamers are enjoying that speed, and we've got a slip in again.
Yeah, it's good bowling conditions, isn't it? But there's nothing really to massively worry the batters. Again, lovely delivery. And as well, you know, with Derbyshire now, if Clark's going well, you just keep bowling her, don't you? Because you're not worrying about, you know, your sixth bowler and everything and thinking too late. You just bowl your best bowlers when they're going well for as long as possible.
I think that would be smart tactics. We shall see if that happens.
Clark's gone for 9 runs so far. Picked up the wicket of Chloe Hill. That's driven nicely, but not straight enough. Picks out mid-on.
Chloe Hill was caught behind. No. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
caught behind.
catch.
Caught behind by Pittman for 2. So that's the only wicket to fall so far.
Can Clark pick out another breakthrough? She bowls a little wider, another waft. Not a lot of foot movement here from Kemp.
Quite a tall figure at the crease is Kemp. Part of that, and you mentioned the blonde seam attack from Northants. She's just being greedy and she's batting as well now.
Clark and Nolan Davis both swinging it away. Again, too wide this time. And it's then when you talk about, you know, as the seamers, and certainly training full time and stuff like that really helps with this. But then can you develop that one that swings back in, you know, where you can become a threat? Talk about it a lot with Lauren Bell when a stop ball is the one that hoops back in. But then can you get one to go the other way? Can you really develop your skills?
Yep.
Clark to complete her over. Just defended, and without that wide, it would have been a maiden.
They talk about point of difference, don't they?
One more, sorry.
They talk about points of difference, don't they? And so that, but you want bowlers to have lots of different kinds of deliveries, so that the batter can't predict what's coming next. That's the point, isn't it?
This time Clark will complete her over. Still a slip in, and it's just punched into the offside. No run, just one wide off the over, and 16 for 1 after 5.
Oh, so Derbyshire did well to get that first wicket, and I think that's given them tails up, and given them the optimism to, as we've seen, field a slip, and in fact 2 slips. On some occasions, we might even see 2 slips again here. So it's allowing them to be a little bit of a license to be a bit more aggressive in the field. We are going to see 2 slips here to Nolan Davis. As you mentioned, they need to bowl some good lines here. 1 or 2 more wickets might make for a wobble potentially from Northants as Nolan Davis comes right arm over played backward of point. Third comes off the rope. They get through for an easy single. Steelbacks to 17 for 1. That was Kirk getting another run there.
Yeah, 125 off 126 not out in their opening game, a win over Leicestershire at Grace Road. She then made 88 against Gloucestershire. She's from South Africa but moved here 4 years ago, didn't she, to apply a trade in England.
Yeah. Oh, a little waft at that one.
So many of those, haven't
we? Yeah. Northant's not quite getting this timing right here off Noeline Davis's bowling. Kemp facing, tapping a bat in anticipation. Plays that down straight to the cover point fielder. They possibly could have got a run, but it would have been a bit risky, and they don't. So it's a dot.
Cannons into
a bruise
pads as well. She didn't look particularly happy with that.
No, yes. If you're going to throw it to me, throw it to my gloves.
Stared back at the fielder.
Not at my shoe. She's got potentially a bruise on her toe there as Noeline Davis rounds a mark. Right arm over to Kemp. Plays that again, the same sort of area. It goes underneath the point fielder. There is somebody at third, but it's going to go for 4. So 4 runs to Kemp. She moves to 11. Score moves to 21 for 1. Kirk on 6. So, yes, nicely struck there through the point region. And the deep third fielder had a lot of ground to cover around the rope and couldn't quite get to that to cut that off, unfortunately.
Just played it late, didn't she?
Yeah.
Really nicely steered away. Middlesex gone up to 174 for 8. 3 overs left.
Yeah. As Kemp rocks back and just defends that underneath the field. They're going to burgle a run. They are. There's a misfield there in front of us. And Mabel Reid, on loan from Essex, fortunately will not want to see that as a replay.
Yeah, your fielding's got to be perfect in
You're
these situations.
Particularly inside the circle as she would. Unfortunately, she sort of squatted down. The ball went through her and they got through for a single. That's smart batting from Northants. Noeline Davis comes in again. Nice stripe through that ball and they get through for a single. Trying out Reid again. That's the end of the over. So 6 overs gone. 4 more in the power play. Steelbacks 23 for 1. Kemp on 12 off the 19 balls she's faced. Kirk on 7 off the 9 she's faced. Partnership to 17 off 20 balls.
Wonder how long before Derbyshire turned to Maria Andrews, because she took 5 for at Wantage Road.
She did, against Northants.
Conditions in the T20. We know this pitch is spinning. And but it's also seaming as well, so there's a bit in it for all of the bowlers.
Yeah, it's a great pitch.
Want to give your youngster Maria Andrews a try, I think, at some point. Maybe just, well, it's weird, we're talking red ball cricket, you know, 1 before lunch.
Yeah. Oh, tucked her up there, tucked up Kirk there, did Clark. Not sure what to do with that. It was a great line from Clark, who's already picked up the wicket of Chloe Hill. 1 for 10 off the 3 overs that she's faced. Kirk just taking a breath. Takes a mark again. Plays that back to the bowler. Underneath the bowler. And there is no run.
Her favourite cricketer, this will make a lot of sense, is Jimmy Anderson. You can see the,
Clark.
new ball bowler.
Yeah.
That's not a bad hero to have.
No. Okay, although you kind of wanted them to have female heroes, but yeah.
Well, Gemma Rose, hers is Sophie Eccleston, and she is a spinner as well,
ball.
A leg spinner. That's very wide.
Very wide. Well, and when you hear that, people like Charlotte Edwards and that generation, there was no visibility for women's cricket. They had to have role models who were from the men's game. Didn't even necessarily know that there was an England women's team. So that will be changing. So that's carved 2 point, but they don't get a run because it's straight to the fielder on the 25-yard circle. And it's a dot. 24 for 1 Steelbacks in this halfway through the 7th over. 10 over power play, just the 1 power play in the women's game.
Not really swinging anymore for Clark.
Right arm over again.
Oh, that
Kirk,
did.
Kirk takes a swipe at that, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. And it was almost worth a shout there as she swiped cross-battedly at that delivery.
I think that one did.
Frustrated with herself. Yeah, but there's definitely reason for that slip and the deep third. As Clark, what can she deliver next to the Blaze? Oh, that sort of squirted into the leg side. More luck than judgment. They're going to cut that one off. They've run 2. 2 through for Northants. OR 26 for 1. One more ball of the Clark over. Feeling like she's threatening those stumps. It feels like Kirk is struggling with a line here. And she can only defend that one down at the end of the over. That's 7 overs gone. Steelbacks 26 for 1. Kemp on 12. Kirk on 9. Derbyshire doing well here. Haven't got that early wicket and bowling a good line. There's the odd loose one because we've had 3 wides already. Or 3 extras. I think they were all wides, weren't they? And
it's just one of those where you can bowl as many dot balls as you like, but Northants, they only need 2.5 and over.
That's the challenge, isn't it?
Someone like Kirk can get going, plenty of batting to come. You have to take wickets. Still 2 slips in for Noeline Davis. Derbyshire attacking. Full and edge through the slips. It'll just be a single. In fact, they might well get a second. They're not going to.
You're listening to the voices of Freddie Cardy, 21 today, and Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire county player from the Central Co-op County Ground. It's banged in. It's in the air, and there isn't anybody underneath it, unfortunately, but it's possibly going to plug. No, it's gone for 4. 4 runs to Kirk, who's decided that she's going to have a go at this. Noeline Davis on the receiving end of a huge swipe through backward square. In the air for a while, but no fielders out there, so no risk. And of course, they don't have a huge total to chase. The run rate at the moment is 4. They only need 2.5. Oh, a little nibble at that one. That was so nearly a caught.
Plays and misses.
Yeah, she sort of played a cross-bat swipe at that delivery from Noeline Davis and nearly gave a catch to the 2 slip cordon or the wicket keeper.
It's almost swinging too much, isn't it? It's
yeah.
The bat.
Noeline Davison again plays that 2-point, who picks up a bruise. They get through for a single. It's well stopped there on the ring. And they just get the one more. Steelbacks 32 for 1. It's nicely struck, but straight to the fielder, who could only just stop it with a body, really, on the 25-yard circle as Noeline Davis comes in again to Kemp. Good line. In the air again, but again into a gap. And that's going to be 4 runs to Kemp. They haven't got any fielders out there, so they're going to bowl that short. Doesn't mean nobody to cut that off, unfortunately. Whether they're trying to get a catch, but it's a big risk to take, because once it gets up and over that circle, and if it's running, which it has done, they're going to get 4 runs. Steelbacks 36 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good ball if Kemp tries to defend it, because you can then nick that off the shoulder of the bat, but the second she goes after it, it's a nice length to hit, and she's hit, Kemp's hit one of those, Kirk's hit one of them, and that's all they need. You know, they've got the batting in the shed. If one of them just wants to put their foot down, and suddenly you can go within that runs needed can be halved almost very quickly, and then the game is out of sight. 6 minutes until lunch, maybe get 2 more overs in.
So 8 overs gone, Steelbacks 36 for 1. They put Derbyshire into bat and managed to get them all out for 135, was it? I'm just searching. Yeah, 135. All out for 135. They didn't use all of their overs, unfortunately. We're going to have this strange short innings, then a break, then a second bit. As Clark comes in again. And that's defended by Kirk, who struggled with Clark's line here. Clark already has the wicket of Chloe Hill. Early caught behind. for just 2. Kirk the low knee from the Blaze. Got some big scores, big average, lots of runs. Clark in again. That's carved. Oh, 2 point, and it takes a big jump off one of the used wickets, and the point fielder does well there to readjust to a very high at her, up and over. It would have gone up and over her head, but she manages to adjust and stop that. There is just a dot ball. Clark in again. Kirk has another little swipe at that, and
how's your luck?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, but the question I have is, when it is swinging like this, almost throwing it wide is fine because you're getting the dot balls, but should they be bowling a tiny bit straighter and just bringing that outside edge into question a little bit more? Because,
maybe,
you know, they'll feel hard done by that none of these have taken a nick. But can you bring the stumps into play?
What can Clark do? Yeah, it's outside again, straight through to the wicket keeper. Trying to get that edge from Michaela Kirk, who really is struggling with Clark's line here.
Alternatively, just building the pressure by dot ball after dot ball. There's nothing wrong with that as well.
No, that's it's going to frustrate Kirk, who will want to get this done as quickly as possible. It's a great line. That's the ball. So maybe that was the setup. Maybe
that's what I was yeah. Because then if that swings a little bit as well, then it's almost unplayable, isn't it? When you get it on the right line and it just almost swings away from middle stump, it can become difficult if there's enough movement. This has been really good by Clark. She often does go wicketless like this because she just bowls so well. No one sort of goes after her. She can be quite luckless.
And that's sort of deflected down side the leg side, but there is no run. And that's the thing that cricket stats can be very deceptive, because you could go wicketless and then all of your colleagues around you pick up all the wickets. But your role is done if you can pin somebody in the crease and really make them struggle. That's the end of the over. 9 overs gone. Steelbacks 36 for 1. Kemp on 17 off 22. Kirk on 14 off 24. So they're starting to frustrate Kirk here, who really should be the aggressor, since she's a tier 1 player on loan from the Blaze to Northants. They're going to change the bowling for the last ball of the power play. You mentioned this. This is Freddie's.
It's not my predictions or my calls haven't worked well so far. This could be a big over.
Yeah, because when you suggested that they sweep, then the next when they first did it, they got out.
I think 2 of them got out.
Yeah.
So reverse sweep. But I like this. It's 1 before lunch. You want to be batting after lunch. I know it's a white ball game, but it brings in that slightly different dynamic. But it's 1, and there is turn. Left
arm around, spinning. Can only be dotted, so yeah, it might be very handy here, wouldn't it, to have a quiet over before lunch and have Northants
maiden as well.
Yeah, and have Northants going slightly frustrated to what is going to be the lunch break. Weirdly, they're going to get 1 as that's worked into the leg side.
Yeah, that's just gone straight on. Actually, not a lot of turn.
Yeah,
all of Patel's wickets, I think, were from the City end.
Yeah. Yeah, Nish Patel's, all from the City end. So we'll see if this end is spinning quite as much for Andrews. Kirk to face this time. Left arm round, spinning. Just respectfully dubbed down. Almost that before lunch, let's not give our wicket away moment. Although remember, not only other than Kirk are these amateurs, but they won't have played multi-day cricket, I suspect, at all. That's defended again. And if they've watched any men's for multi-day, they'll know that giving your wicket away before lunch is not a good idea. Kirk to face Andrews again. Again, defended straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. And we're going to see more dots to finish this over. Andrews doing well this season. She got 5 for against Northants in that win earlier in the season, and she produced some of that. Defended, and that stopped by the sort of short gully fielder in the end. And that's 10 overs gone. That's the end of the power play. We think that's going to be lunch.
It worked. 29 past.
Oh, they're going to get another over in. We see the umpires have a little Spraggy asking for the ball back, certainly. Are we going to get another over? Oh, I might get another over in. Oh, see?
Fair enough.
See, this is women umpires. The efficiency of that. Let's get another over in.
Clark won't mind that.
So this is the power play done. So fielding restrictions relating to the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard in the men's game will be lifted, so they can have more than 2 fielders outside that if they choose.
I'm definitely ready for lunch. Don't know about you.
Oh, that's a good shout. Come on then, Freddie. Nearly missed a wicket then.
I did. Wait for the
He's
replay.
thinking about lunch.
I am. I'm wondering what we're going to get.
Good line from Clark.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Northampton wouldn't have minded going in for lunch there.
They would have done if that had been a wicket.
Just going down the leg side, I'd imagine, looking at the replay.
I'm sure.
She's bowling straighter, isn't she? Looking for that wicket.
Yeah. We think the slightly wider line was a potential setup.
Still just the 2 fielders outside that circle.
Even though they could have more, but they've decided to be attacking before the lunch break. Ooh. Did that take an edge? Because it feels like it did.
Look at the reactions, hands on head all the way around.
Yeah. We've been waiting for that, all of this bowling innings, haven't we? They've had one and they've had two slips in.
Yeah, that was edged. It was a big edge. It was a one-handed chance. It was not easy for Pittman, who took a good catch to get rid of Chloe Hill, but Clark will be frustrated because she's bowled so many balls that haven't taken the edge. She finally does, and it was dropped.
It's only 4. It is.
And a no ball. And that adds insult to injury. Catch drop, next ball is a no ball and a 4 in, I guess, for height.
And we got a bigger lasso from Amy Coyne at the far end.
Oh, that's a front foot no ball as well.
Front foot no ball. It's highly likely.
That is just, I mean, also if you have lunch, then we don't even have this over, do you? It's so frustrating for Derbyshire.
Ooh.
Oh, and then that's gone for 4.
Oh, it felt like advantage Derbyshire for a fleeting moment there, Freddie.
Well, we were talking about it with regards to the football. It's the key moments in the games. Low-scoring game here. Not many runs to defend. You edge. The ball is edged. It was a chance. Did get a hand to it. Then she bowls a no ball. That goes for 4. The free hit goes for 4. And just 90 runs needed to win now. 2 balls left before lunch.
And suddenly that total jumps, doesn't it, when you're bowling no balls, etc.
I like that from the non-striker, Kirk, just saying, oh, it's swinging away, you know, after 11 overs of the ball swinging away very visibly.
You know, give information to your colleague, even if it is on a satellite delay. It's gone all the way to South Africa and back again. That's the thing with Michaela Kirk. That's another dot ball. Is that going to be? Is it going to be lunch? I think that's going to be lunch. So yes. So for those who didn't tune in earlier, we had an early finish to the first innings, and we don't know who's made the decision, but very efficient use of time. So we had this short snack start to the innings of 11 overs. Steelbacks 46 for 1 off the 11 overs. Kemp on 26, Kirk on 14. There will now be a lunch break because Freddie, whose 21st birthday is today, Freddie Cardy, don't mention it, is started thinking about lunch already, I can tell.
I'm looking forward to another cake as well.
Some more cake for his birthday. So you're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Freddie Cardy, whose 21st birthday. But we're going to have a little break now. We'll come back later for a bit more, shall we?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Northamptonshire 46 for 1. Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground, where a very rare occasion in a white ball game we've had lunch. Well, you'd say halfway through the second innings, rather than in the break between the two. Claire Jenkins, I've never seen this before. But
No.
yeah, first
You
time
want
for
me?
everything.
Certainly, very efficient use of time. So we got just over power play. We got 11 overs in before we had a break for lunch. Steelbacks are 46 for 1. Chloe Hill went caught behind early off the bowling of Clark. So we're 11 overs gone. It's a 50 over game theoretically, and we have Steelbacks. They need 136 because Derbyshire were 135 all out. They didn't use all of their overs, unfortunately. We've got the umpires coming out now. Laura Spragg and Amy Coyne are our umpires today.
So Maria Andrews had 1 over before lunch. Clark then bowled one that. I'd imagine Andrews continues. We haven't seen Pagan Hardwick yet, but the ball, Claire, was swinging quite a fair bit for Nolene Davis and Clark. There was that dropped catch as well. Kemp dropped by Pittman behind the stumps. The next ball then went for 4. The free hit after that no ball then went for 4, and things again. Northampton took a big step, just there towards the total. But I guess you just keep bowling Clark, don't you, and Andrews for the time being.
It was unfortunate because of that over with the no ball, etc. Because it felt like Derbyshire had finally managed to clamp down a little bit. They'd got slips in place. There was a bit more grasp on the game, and then just in those couple of balls and some boundaries, they seemed to just take a huge chunk out of that required total, didn't they? And so the other officials today are Jane Huff and Terry Tinsley in the scorer's box, so they're being waved at by Laura Spragg just before we get going.
They've had a busy time of it with that lunch news and everything, and
yeah, sorting all that out.
Yeah, bemused everyone a little bit, and the chefs were ready. We were told they were.
It wasn't a chef
They were working
related.
extra hard to, they obviously had an eye on the scoreboard and were working extra hard to get things ready for the innings break. So you, Claire,
is it me? Shall I while I'm here? Excellent. So Andrews to continue from the race course end. And that's sent to square leg. And they get another one, 47 for 1, as Northampton Steelbacks approach that first milestone. They want to get that 50 done. Andrews to continue. Kemp to face, play to point, straight to the field, and there is no run.
I mean, if you are Clark, Andrews, Nolene Davis, you're barely eating anything, are you, at lunch? You've got 20 minutes. That chicken and rice was particularly filling. I would not want to be out bowling now.
It was
you
lovely.
Have to be very careful, don't you?
Lovely, but very filling. As another dot ball is served by Andrews. Yeah, it was always that. It was kind of nice. I like to field first because I always felt like I was in the game, but also it meant you could have more tea if you weren't batting up the order. Andrews continues again to point, almost on a replay. There is no run. Yeah, because the other way round, I enjoyed fielding and did lots of it, but yeah, it's the other way round, batting never felt right because you couldn't have very much because you're going to run round on it. And the third replay of Andrews to Kemp straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. Tight 3 balls here. You mentioned they're bowling well. Only 1 wicket though to show for it so far. What can Derbyshire serve? Oh, goes across the stump. She's bowled. I asked what could they do, and they're going to bowl. So Andrews has bowled Kemp for 26 off the 36 balls that she's faced, and Steelbacks find themselves 47 for 2. So an early breakthrough after the lunch break, Freddie.
Just enjoying umpire Spragg again, waving her arms around, asking
Wanted
for the
ball.
and the Derbyshire fielder with a smile on her face. Yeah, fantastic. Maria Andrews, Kemp just couldn't get her away. She was given a big lifeline when she was dropped by Pittman with the gloves on just before lunch, and then scored a couple of boundaries. She kept cutting every ball here to point. She went across for my suggested shot, the sweep, which never works in this game. And another victim of that shot. So 47 for 2, the perfect start after lunch for the Falcons.
She jumped across to the offside, but leaving those stumps bare and unprotected. Quick squiz across the other games that are going on today. So at Neath, Glamorgan got 261 for 5 off their 50 overs. Leicestershire Foxes are yet to bat there. And in the game at Sussex Sharks are yet to bat, but Gloucestershire got 286 for 9 in their 50. And in the remaining game at Headingley, where Michael McCann, Dr. Jane Powell, I don't remember who else is up there, are looking after you on the live stream. Up at Headingley, Middlesex got 192 for 9 in their 50 overs, and Yorkshire have just gone into bat. So we're ahead of them because we had a sort of early finish, 10 minutes break, a short burst, and then
the captain Adriana Darlow on, some more off spin.
Darlow is sent backward a square. There is a fielder on the rope who comes in and takes that. They just get the one.
I just felt Clark might have bowled out. She's had 20 minutes rest at lunch. You know, she's making the ball talk. She should have had a second wicket. Spin from both ends now. No, it has spun, particularly for the off spinners from this end. But yeah, interesting.
Darlow from the city end to Ascot, who is stood at the racecourse end. We said about Ascot and racecourse.
Yeah,
you see, you missed one. Yeah, you're happy with that, aren't you? Ooh, straight through to the wicket keeper, but it's grounded. I don't know if she got any bat on that. Slight figure of Ascot, Beth Ascot. Got 45 in the Leicestershire win and 30 against Gloucestershire, so useful batter. That's worked to the short square. There's a shy at the stumps. Probably quite close there as Kirk makes her ground. Slightly smarter fielding might have got that there a little bit quicker. Darlow to continue. Kirk just dobs that down defensively and there is no run. Run rate is 3.9, required is 2.3.
Did have a wander through the crowd, sorry.
Oh, yeah?
At lunch, a few Northants fans in, which is good to see.
Yeah, great, not too far for them.
A couple of people in Notts County shirts with Northants caps. I don't know if Notts County are at home, but they've got to have to be jumping on the train soon if they are. Nottingham and Northamptonshire crossover. First day of the Football League today. League 1 and League 2.
Michaela Kirk steps back, plays that through cover point, and they're going to get through for an easy single. And that's the 50 up for Northants. 50 for 2, Ascot on 1, Kirk on 17. That's the end of the over also. 13 overs gone. You listen to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer with Derbyshire, and Freddie Cardy, who's 21 today. 21 today. We've had cake and everything.
We have. Notts County are not at home, they're at Newport County. As we
give us a smile. Yeah, and again. Ha-ha, like we're enjoying ourselves.
There's no commentary cam today, so we have to make up for it with alternative means. So sorry to the viewers, who I'm sure they'd much rather have the roving cameras.
Andrew's in again from the racecourse end, straight to the point. Shorts, sort of gully fielder.
Lovely and sunny now.
Yeah, comes the sun.
Yeah.
Sun's out for your birthday then, Freddie?
That's the benefit of an August birthday.
Yeah.
Usually you're blessed with the good weather.
Kirk. Oh, it's a nice line, but I think probably going down the leg side from looking at the angle I'm looking at. We had an hours at to no avail. Good line there from Andrews to Kirk, who wants to get away with it, wants to get this going, I think. Plays that to cover point, but there is no run. Kirk wanting to pierce that field.
As we said, there's not loads of turn for Andrews, so she's just got to be accurate. Put the ball in the right place and build these dot balls, force the error as she did in the previous over when she bowled Kemp.
Yep. Nice line, and that's another dot ball. They're going to sneak a single. They probably could have got one there. It's a misfield at short mid-wicket. They didn't get through. So another dot ball collected by Andrews.
Gone for just 2 runs.
Yep. Neat bowling here. It's up in the air, but it's bouncing in front of the fielder at mid-off. And they don't get a run either. But Kirk getting frustrated now. Northants need to get to 136. They've got 50 of them already. Andrews keeping it tight. Left arm around. Bit of spin. Kirk comes forward. Again, wraps on the pads, but probably going down the leg side. That's the end of the over. 14 overs gone. Steelbacks 50 for 2. Ascot on 1. Kirk on 17.
Second maiden of the innings. One for Clark, one for Andrews.
Yeah, that's very good.
It's going to take a miracle for Derbyshire, but it's 1 over at a time, 1 ball at a time, and you just keep chipping away, don't you? And you build the pressure, and the pressure leads to wickets. Says, what's going on over the far side? There's a bouncy castle that's just being
Oh,
loaded.
yes.
I'm guessing this is for the Content Creators Cup. It's not something you see at a county championship game, nor even the Blast, but there's a bouncy castle that's just come out the back of the van. So unless I'm having a birthday party 10 years ago...
Oh, yeah. This is a surprise.
Yeah.
As that's worked to point, but they won't get a run for Ascot batting.
Bouncy castle and a slide. But we have got this Content Creators Cup. I didn't think
When
the
does that
audience
start?
would be that young. And Tuesday.
No,
We've got an under-18s game tomorrow.
Not really. How perhaps it's for that.
Maybe it's for that. Maybe it's for the players. Between
Yeah.
innings and stuff.
Warm up. Darlow loops one up, tries to tempt Ascot, who is not really interested in that temptation, and just sort of bunts it down to mid-off, and there is no run. Ascot again looped back pass. Nearly caught and bowled there. That was nearly a great bit of smarts from the captain, Darlow. And she's ended up with a nouchie on her hand, I think, as she put her hand out. It would have been a sharp catch, but it certainly was a chance, Freddie.
Yeah, difficult. I mean, it's a poor delivery. It's another second full toss in a row. One of those that doesn't really deserve a wicket, but we
Sometimes
have
you
seen
get
it
them.
create pressure today.
Yeah.
And difficult catch to take when it's hit that hard, unfortunately.
Yeah. Cartoon styly ouch on the left hand. Oh, sweeping. Freddie says it's a good idea to sweep. It's a big how's that.
That's aged really well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's aged really like we've barely seen. I don't think we've seen a boundary of a sweep or anything.
No, but you said it's spinning, and it might be a tactic, but it's not necessarily going to come off here. Oh, Kirk does the funky.
I was really willing the ball on there with the reverse sweep.
They get through
only because Derbyshire had so long without scoring any runs when they'd used all their options apart from one using their feet down the wicket and then other sweeping, but actually sweeping just led to wickets.
There's a single there, 52 for 2. Ascot 2, Kirk 18. Ascot to face now, straight through to the wicket keeper. There is no run. And yet another over ticks by. 15 overs gone. Steelbacks 52 for 2. Ascot on 2. Kirk on 18. And Northants need 136. So 84 more runs to win.
Yeah, it's nice bowling from Darlow, but I would be bringing Clark back on sooner rather than late. The field, you have to make those runs count as much as you can and put these Northants batters under pressure. Andrews will continue from the racecourse end. Kirk facing up, 18 of 41. That's past Clark at mid-wicket. Nolan Davis is going to have to come around to cut off the boundary. Good slide from the Derbyshire bowler. It'll be 2 for Kirk. It'll certainly put value on her wicket in this innings. She's going to just tick things along.
Good commitment from the field in there. Nolan Davis putting her body behind that ball, making sure it didn't go for a boundary.
Defended back up to Maria Andrews on loan from the Blaze. Took 5 for away to Northamptonshire in the Blast earlier this season. Her fun fact was she took her first steps on a cricket pitch.
Ah, wow.
So quite incredible.
I like that one.
This is swept away behind square and it will bring 2 runs. Pagan Hardwick in the deep throws the ball back in. 2 more to the total. 56 for 2.
Pagan Hardwick has incredibly long hair.
She does. And
past her waist.
Her fun fact
Wow.
is she has 24 piercings.
Oh.
So that's a lot.
Let's hope she doesn't whistle when the wind gets stronger.
This is more of a slog sweep out to deep mid wicket. I mean, do you have to take any out during a game? I'm trying to think, because in football it's earrings, nose rings, all of that. They have to go for
netball. They have to
reasons.
take most of the jewellery off and stuff. I don't know.
You can't have a ring on your bowling finger. You have to take that up or take it off if you're bowling. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah. I believe you.
Pretty sure. Yeah. Not a problem I've had as someone who's not a jewellery or piercings person.
No.
So again, just going on with the arm and defended. No turn really for Andrews.
She won't mind whether it turns or not, as long as she's getting dot balls at this stage.
Short gully, or third slip if you like.
Yeah, short gully, I think.
Defended again with straight bat. And all a little bit slow out there at the moment, and probably neither side almost minds that. Derbyshire will need more wickets though. 57 for 2, 5 off the over. And that is more than enough for Northants. Require just 2.3 runs and over. 79 more.
Yeah, Derbyshire hunting wickets here. Clark's got one and Andrews has got one.
Well, there's definitely something going on with the bouncy castle already. There's a few kids hitting each other with some sort of balloons on a stick.
Oh yeah, sort of pugil stick
things.
Of
tables and chairs have been put out, white tablecloths. This is swept away. Right along the line of all the creases of the practice pitches. It's swept all the way along to deep square for a single. Darlow continuing.
Of course, the crease line actually continues infinitum. Isn't just where it's marked.
It certainly does at the oval.
yeah, it goes on for a long time.
It literally goes on forever.
Yeah.
Away. I go there sometimes to catch it. It's a good ground to go and catch up with a friend, watch a day of county cricket, and you
nice.
are like here. You are let on the outfield at lunch, and it's one of those. If you're sitting along the square, you have to walk around a fair bit to make sure you don't get in trouble with the stewards, as this is reverse swept. Fielder giving chase. So there'll be 2 more. They're running well here. These Northants pair, Ascot and Kirk. When all you need is 2.3 and over, that's all they need to do. Pick up a single, pick up a couple more, and things will be done sooner rather than later.
They certainly don't need to take any risks, although they'll have an eye on that bonus point, no doubt.
Defended into the offside. Yeah, coming into the game, Derbyshire bottom of the one-day cup table, lost all 4 games so far, and Northampton in a good position in 4th. Of course, the top 4 will go. It's not a finals day. There are 2 semi-finals, and then the finals at Worcester a few days later.
Yeah,
so
got the dates on that.
in a good position.
So the semis are on Saturday, the 6th of September, and the final, as you say, visit Worcester New Road, Sunday, the 14th of September.
Yeah, Yorkshire and Middlesex, the top 2, and are facing off at the moment. This is cut away behind square, parking again, giving chase. 2 more to the total. So Middlesex made 192 for 9, Yorkshire 9 for no loss in reply, Glamorgan 261 for 5, Leicestershire yet to put a run on the board and no wicket loss, just 2 balls into their response. Sussex at 2 balls into theirs, they're 3 for no loss, chasing 287, and here Northamptonshire well on course to beat Derbyshire Falcons. Keep them waiting as well for their first home win of the season in any format.
Because Northampton in their 4 games so far, they've got 3 wins and a loss. But they've also picked up 2 bonus points already this far in their 14 points. But as you say, poised in 4th place.
That's hit back down the ground, first boundary for a while, and convincing from Michaela Kirk, who has become the first player to hit Andrews to the fence. Real shot of conviction there from the South African. And again, just watchful. That's all you need to do now for Northants. Falcons flag fluttering. There's a bit of a breeze out there. That's often the indicator. This is driven back down the ground. It's just a punch. And long on will come up to field. Rhiannon Knowling Davis. 4 overs for 23. Clark 6 for 22, picked up the wicket of Chloe Hill. Maria Andrews 4.3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket, 12 runs. Darlow's gone for 10 of her 3. That's flatter outside off stump, cut away, cover point in, quickly with the throw, stumps removed. Not even an appeal, good running again. Kirk to get back on strike. Hard now for Derbyshire. Every time you glance up at that scoreboard, you see Northamptonshire sort of 10 runs closer. Still got so much batting to come.
Steelbacks got 68 and need 68, so they're literally at that tipping point. Derbyshire desperately needs some wickets to create an upturn here.
Andrews on the money again. They think about a single, won't take it. Yeah, the cut-off time is 4:24. We're not going to be going that late into the day.
No. An unusual move because it finished early. We had a nibble at the 11 overs and then had lunch and then came back for a second go.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from people who are watching. Do drop us tweets or blue sky or comment if you've ever seen this before in sort of a white ball game. Lunch being, well, would have been taken between the innings. Instead, they said we're going to get Northamptonshire back out. They're going to start their innings. We're going to go for another half an hour. And I don't know. I don't know if it was Anisha Patel saying to the umpires, can we do this? And the umpires saying, well, we can. Or maybe someone's just got plans later today and they're just going to hope the ECB don't notice if the rule book's been thrown out the window a little bit.
They're going to think it's you for your 21st. You know,
Maybe.
I wanted to get off on party time.
I was ready for lunch, I tell you. As Darlow will bowl her 4th over from the City end slog sweep. And it will be a couple. No,
yes, good stop.
In the deep, and the throw comes back in. It'll be 2. Threatened there to drop it over the boundary.
It was it was bouncing, wasn't it, in front of it? And she managed to get her hand to it. We talked a lot about low knees, and I mentioned that Abby Freeborn is playing for Glamorgan today. She got 108 not out. I said she could bat. 108 not out. Well done, Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, that one at Neath. Yep. Have you got a favourite outground? I mean, you've played at a fair few, haven't you?
I think mostly, it was all outgrounds when I played, yeah.
I'm going down to Cheltenham as a fan. Cheltenham College on Tuesday. Have you played there?
I've commentated there.
What's that like?
Commentating there. Yeah, it was good. The guys from who were there were looking after us. We had some technical issues which they sorted out. So we turned a camera into a microphone. That was an interesting.
That's very good.
Yeah, you see.
That's edged. Oh, it's just short of Maria Andrews. His hands on head to suggest maybe it was a drop catch. I think it's fallen just short. But
it was a close one. It was
a reaction. It was say no.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what the bowler's trying to make the batter do, isn't it? Get it in the air, and you've got a short fielder. You've got to hope that that's a catch, haven't you?
She's just coming a tiny bit closer this time. It's cut away. If that goes for 4, then that's going to be typical cricket at its worst for Derbyshire. Clark's given up the chase, and the ball gets to the boundary.
Frustrating. That it's a possible chance, regardless of whether it was doable or not, and then a 4 straight afterwards when they're not chasing an enormous total.
Final ball of Darlow's 4th over. Just leaves that one alone. 74 for 2. They need 62 more to win.
How can we create a game within a game here, Freddie? What are we going to be looking for?
I'm looking for a sweep that goes for 4, personally,
okay.
After my exploits.
Yeah. I'm looking for a nice catch at point. Off somebody.
Your position.
Well, my position, and also because the last over, Andrews managed to get Kirk to play a lot of shots there. I might be tempted, if I were standing at point, to take a few steps forward and hope that it comes to me at a dead sensible heights.
Down the leg side, missed by the wicket keeper. I mean, even so, here you've got 3 fielders out, on the onside. You've got deep square, deep mid wicket, long on. Well, they have brought that sort of short gully in, because previously there was no short gully, and that reverse sweep was on. The conventional sweep is on here, but it's to the left-handed off spinner. Long on comes up into the circle. Trying to put the pressure on Ascot here. 13 off 20. Andrews bowls just defended. It's one of those, even for the most attacking batters, your strike rate just doesn't matter today. It's just all about getting the job done. You can be as slow as you need to.
I might be tempted to bring the point slightly closer in, another 20 yards in, and put the cover point back a bit so you've got an in and out field outside if you've got enough fielders to play with, which you have, because they could have another fielder out, couldn't they? But we'll see. I could never set a field, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, move wicket in a bit closer as well.
It's a lot closer. It's a lot easier from up here, isn't it, than down there? That's the thing, like we said a bit earlier.
Yeah, especially with our view as well.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a sort of half bird's eye view, so it gives us a much better view of the angles here than the players have at ground level. Ooh.
Is that into the pads? That gully comes round, throw in, nearly takes one of the batters out. It's the umpire looked to be signalling a leg bye, but it's not going to be. It's
decided
single.
Probably a bit of teamwork between them. Decided to come off the bat.
29 off 46. The partnership for these two, helping the Elephants on their way. 60 more runs to win. Still got over 30 overs to play with. They're not going to need all of those. Tossed up, drilled down the ground for a single. Davis throws the ball back in, and Northants are, as we wait for the scoreboard to tick over, it's going to say 78 for 2, I'm pretty sure. And back to you, Claire.
Oh, is it? Is it already?
Yeah, the
Another
spinners
5
tick
ticks
things through, don't
yeah,
they?
yeah. Short run-ups get through the overs much quicker. So,
yeah, I'd give Clark a couple of overs here. If I'm Derbyshire, she's the one who's made things happen.
well, yeah, and then they desperately need wickets quickly, so you want to be using those people who've
just create a bit of theatre. Clark back on, have a slip in.
Yeah.
Close catches in. Pagan Hardwick's warming up.
Yep.
You know, can she just dig out one wicket?
Andrews from the City end. There's a big appeal, and Ascot takes a little half a rounder. Almost gets run out at the non-strikers. There's a big appeal. Umpire not interested. Kirk tied up in front of the stumps. What is Darlow's response? Up in the air. Oh, over the fielder. Well, she'd have had to have probably took a step back to make that into a catchable chance. It's gone for 4 runs for Kirk, but it was a catchish chance, wasn't it? Really, if she'd been another yard back, it would have gone.
Cusa's there, your tallest fielder. She didn't quite middle it, and nobody even seemed interesting. You know, the second that ball left the bat, there was no chance of catch. I think they knew it was just going to have enough on it. And
Darlow in again. Oh, through cover, literally through cover, and that's going to be another 4 runs. They really need to stop Kirk in her tracks here, because that's 38 off 56. They had kept her quiet for a few overs, but she's starting to get her eye in now. 85 for 2. They need 51 runs to win. The Northants. Derbyshire need a wicket miracle here, as that player who had the ball clacked up over has gone back to the fence and told to stay there potentially. Straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
It wasn't a great delivery by Darlow, but the fielding sort of likewise. And yeah, it seems every time there's an appeal or a drop catch or anything, the next ball is flying to the fence.
Yeah, that's sent to point, but there is no run. So it's cut off by the fielder, who's on the 25-yard circle.
Hardwick's having a proper warm-up here. The windmills are going.
Oh yeah, she's getting ready. She's ready. And that's worked into the leg side just to tease the field. They get through for a single. To pinch the strike.
Darlow doesn't look particularly happy.
No, the body language is a bit, yes, a bit displeased, a bit frustrated perhaps from the captain there. So, Steelbacks are 86 for 2, and that's 21 overs gone. Ascot on 14, Kirk on 39 and looking increasingly more settled.
I think
Steelbacks only need 50 to win.
that was, I think, more so because Kirk nearly ran into her when
Yes.
actually hadn't moved at the non-strikers end. She was just standing there after bowling, and
She's allowed to stand where she is, and the
Yeah.
batter has to go round her.
Which she didn't.
So that maybe a bit of getting in each other's heads going on. Well, you suggested it, and they're going to do it. Hardwick, the long, long ponytail, well past her waist, marks a run up. They've still got the gully in place, so they'll want to hope that the ball, if it's going to go in the air, carries to that gully fielder. We've got a deep mid wicket. We're going to have a deep long on. We've got a sweeper on the offside boundary, and there's also a deep long off, I think, below us as Hardwick comes in from the racecourse end. Played straight to the fielder on the boundary. They get a single, almost hit too well. I think maybe a more of a dab, and she might have got a couple of runs out of that.
played just twice in the blast. Did Pagan Hardwick. Been playing some club cricket though as well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, what was that medium seam? She does swing it in, unlike Clark and Nolly Davis, who are moving it away.
Oh, and a bit out as well, as that's along the wide Yorker line.
I said 24
legal.
piercings. It's 26. Checking.
I mean,
notes.
I know.
Do more.
I'm not gonna argue about 24 and 26. Sunshine here at the Central Co-op County Ground. Hardwick to continue to Ascot. Oh, back past the bowler, and it's cut off at mid-off. That was another chance there potentially. Would have been another hard one because it was hit pretty firmly back by Ascot, who moves on to 15. Steelbacks 88 for 2. Need 48 more runs to win. They're sending the mid-off fielder back to the rope for Kirk, who is swinging a bat a bit more now. And, nearly cut off at the cover. Is swept up just inside the boundary. And they get 2 there. Kirk moves on to 42. Is that going to click over to? Is it 40? 42. 42 off 61 balls. And Steelbacks 90 for 2.
Yeah, that caught and ball chance would have been one of the best catches of all time. She would have had to absolutely fly to her left and probably take it one-handed.
It was straight back at us, and it looks pretty quick from here. As that's dobbed down straight to point from Kirk, but there is no run. It's quite a dancey run-up for Hardwick. It's quite rhythmical.
Yeah, even the way she walks back to the crease, the arms swinging to the side. She doesn't seem to be waiting a while for a bowl.
Flick of the hair. Mid-wicket sneaks in a little for Kirk. It's played past that fielder to long on, who comes off the rope. They get a single, and Kirk steals the strike again at the end of that over. So 22 overs gone. Steelbacks 91 for 2. Ascot on 15. Kirk on 43. Eyeing up that 50, no doubt. And Steelbacks need 45 more runs to win. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Freddie Cardy, who's 21 today.
Polly was right. Plenty of shout-outs.
Yeah, we've had cake and everything. We have.
Very lucky.
Yeah, we are.
In the test match,
in
Jaiswal has made 100. India 223 for 4. They lead by 200 runs, 6 wickets remaining. That could be a big lead actually on a green pitch at the Oval. Looking forward to watching that tomorrow. I think that'll be the final day. And now they are listening to me. Clark is back on, and this is the game now. Really, 45 to go. Get a couple of wickets here, or I think Northants, if they weren't cruising already, will get there. In fact, that's gone for 4.
Talking of cruising, 4 runs to Kirk, who moves closer to that milestone on 47, and Steelbacks on 95 for 2.
Well, I said get Clark back on. She's been up for 4, so I think I'll be getting my P45.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Nothing.
It was such a beautiful career, though,
it
Freddie.
Was. It's been good fun.
Yeah.
And I look forward to starting as a new coach tomorrow.
And for Northants, they're probably looking for you. That's defended down, and there is no run. Better line there from Clark, who's already picked up a wicket.
Like I said, I just think when your best bowlers or your best bowlers on the day have bowled well, there's just no point holding them back at this stage.
No, not when you haven't got that many runs to play with. Steelbacks only need 41 now. Kirk to face. Again, has to dig that out. Better line. Freddie's right. Clark's bowling well today. 1 for 26 off her 6.5 overs already. Kirk on loan from the Blaze, but has played a lot for Northants. Settling in here after a fairly slow start. Played into the leg side. There is a fielder there who's going to pick that up. And so they only get the one. Another one to the total. 90. Is it going to go to 97? 96 for 2?
Stop now, yeah.
96 for 2. Kirk on 48. Ascot will face this time Clark. Right arm over. Bit of pace. And that's played straight to cover. And they're going to get through for a single because whilst it was stopped on the ring, it wasn't stopped efficiently. And slight misfield gives them a chance of another run. They edge towards that 100 milestone. The partnership is 50 of 65 balls. As Clark returns to the top of her mark. Steelbacks 97 for 2. Kirk on 48. On strike. Plays that pass point. That's going to be a 50. It's going towards the boundary. That's a 50 up for Michaela Kirk. And it was a patient start, but she's got there. 52 runs for Michaela Kirk off 68 balls. And also, it's a Steelbacks 100 up. So Steelbacks go to 101 for 2. And 23 overs gone, and Steelbacks only need 35 more runs. Meanwhile, Derbyshire need a wicket-taking miracle here at the Central Co-op County Ground.
Yeah, that's a really well-compiled knock by Michaela Kirk, because we thought maybe she's just going to come out swinging and get Northants close to the target as quickly as possible, but she was watchful to begin with, and that's a lovely cut shot to bring up the mark as well. She's a fine one-day player for Northants.
She is. She came in at 3, but early doors because Chloe Hill was caught behind for 2. She's been out there for most of their innings, and that's sent backward of point. They tried to get a run out at the non-strikers and only succeed in allowing Northants a second burgled run. Ascot keen to get moving there. Very quick across the ground. Ascot moves to 18. Kirk on 52. Steelbacks 103 for 2. Steelbacks only need 33. What can Derbyshire do? Can they get some wickets? In comes Hardwick. And that's defended down. Better line, better ball. As Freddie said, Pagan Hardwick's been warming up for a while, so she's keen to get the ball in hand.
Yeah, just tough now for Derbyshire. You know, you could suggest bring the whole field in and just maybe hope that something happens, but you know, it's sort of finding your preferred method of defeat because it's almost impossible to win this one now. The ball is not turning. It stopped swinging really. The sun's out.
Are we not going with the Anya Shrub Soul? It only takes a ball to get a wicket. So we only need eight balls to get a wicket.
I do
8
like
wickets.
that method of thinking.
Yeah.
However,
it seems unlikely as Hardwick comes in again. Right arm over. It's defended down, straight to cover. It's picked up there, and a threatened shy at the stumps does not materialise because there wasn't a chance to run Michaela Kirk out, who'd already made her ground. Backing up. Steelbacks 103. They need 33 more ones to win. Derbyshire need wickets, desperately need wickets. Where might it come from? Oh, there's a good ball there. It's worked into the leg side. They're going to trot through for an easy single. It was a good line, though, from Pagan Hardwick. One more to the total. Steelbacks, 104 for 2. Only need 32 to win.
I mean, look at the DLS pass scores at this point, 51. So they are certainly cruising.
Yeah, it's a useful way of looking at the pass score. Hardwick to continue. It's another good line ball from Pagan Hardwick. That's the end of the over. 24 overs gone. Steelbacks 104 for 2. They only need 32 runs to win. Derbyshire madly in search of, truly madly, deeply in search of wickets here. What can Darlow suggest that they do?
Can't do.
Yeah, what's the advice?
Where are you off to next then, Claire?
There's a commentary.
Yes.
So I'm going to, and I'm always open to offers if anybody wants to ask, because I have been travelling the motorways of whatever work I can get. But I'm planning to just relax and watch the 100, which I love, which has been revolutionary for women's sport, let alone women's cricket, with the accidental double headers which came about as a COVID accident. The women would have been sidelined to the small pitches, so COVID accident double headers, I shall be enjoying those straight through to the wicket keeper. And my next commentary will actually be for Warwickshire Bears at Portland Road. I've got that somewhere. I've got a feeling it's Warwickshire Durham. I've seen a lot of. Yeah, Warwickshire Durham at Portland Road on Thursday the 4th of September. Outgrounds always fill me with a cold chill that the tech may not work, as that's sent to mid-on and there is no run. So yeah, Portland Road potentially, who I gather they were doing commentary into a phone yesterday, but they did get some commentary out, I think. So yes, Warwickshire Durham was the plan in September, and I'm just going to try and enjoy the 100 in between. That's my next commentary. As Clark comes in again. It's quite a wide delivery. It stopped on the 25-yard circle, one-handed, but they get through for a single, 104 for 2. Steelbacks only need 32. Where's your You've got football coming up next?
Not much, to be fair.
Yeah, early.
Still a month of cricket.
Still more cricket, yeah.
So, as I say, at Cheltenham's a fan on Tuesday. We've got the Content Creators Cup here on Monday.
You're on the camera with that?
On the camera for that, and do some of the production for the live stream. We're rotating that around. It's going to be a long old day.
Yeah, that's up and over for one.
I'll be prepping for men's one day cup commentaries. Starting next Sunday against Notts, big derby. Derby at Derby. The first home one day game, so Derbyshire of Gloucestershire away, and then Glamorgan. And then the following week they play at Repton. School against Worcestershire, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah. I watched a game there once.
Yeah, I've never been.
Yeah. No, it's a nice setting. It's a sort of Hogwarts-esque, as you'd imagine, to a private school. But it's a nice little pitch there. As Clark continues from the city end to Ascot, through to the wicketkeeper. I don't know whether that was a chance there.
I think that's been dropped.
Yes, potentially. That's the end of the over, so we're at the halfway stage. Well, we would be if they needed all 25, which is unlikely. Oh, no. Yes, that's right. Yes, 25 overs gone. Steelbacks 106 for 2. Ascot on 20 off the 37 balls she's faced. Kirk on 53 off the 70 she's faced. Partnership of 59 off 78 balls. And Steelbacks need 30 runs to win. Is this a game of trying to frustrate Northants for Derbyshire?
Yeah, whatever
they can. Is it about that?
That's two catches dropped behind off Clark now. I mean, she's bowled such a good line and length. Just hasn't been backed up. So 30 runs needed from 25 overs. Hardwick will continue from the racecourse end. Wide outside off stump. This one is taken by Megan Pittman, who is a good wicketkeeper. I have to say she's been a good performer with the gloves this season. It's always tough keeping up to the stumps, especially when the ball's moving a little bit.
Kurt removed something from the end of a bat there, something sticking off.
So Hardwick, not the longest run up. A nice action, that's full and straight. Drill just in front of mid-wicket. Long on comes round, Noeline Davis. They think about a second, and again it's a misfield from the bowler. Had a great day in the field.
You can't afford to be loose with anything, can you? Bowling or fielding, and each time it's a price to be paid. Steelbacks only need 28 more.
28 more short to win. The required run rate is just over 1. They go in at 4.5. That's just past mid-wicket, the other side of her this time. And Kuza will sweep up, just a single. Again, the batter nearly collides with the bowler running through. And you don't blame Northants for this, really. Just put their foot down, let's get this done. In the next 10 minutes or so, they're thinking.
Pick up a bonus point potentially as well to add to the 2 they've already collected.
They've got themselves set. That's driven again out to Lara Shaw.
The extra challenge for Derbyshire is that Northants don't need to take any risks, although they've been quite smart with the running, quickly backwards and forwards, picking up 2s where they can.
Just nudged away, stepped across her stumps there, did Ascot. So Derbyshire Falcons women next up, away to Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School a week today.
Oh yeah.
Worcestershire away, that's still down as venue to be confirmed. That's Sunday the 17th of August, of which the men don't have a game. Hopefully not too far to travel. It's just straight to mid-wicket again, a little bobble. Then home against Leicestershire at Duffield on the bank holiday Monday, and then home against Sussex on the 30th. And one home game against Durham on the 10th of September. That's still venue to be confirmed by the looks of it on the website, and that's it. So the season always comes to an abrupt end, whereas the men's game, they stretch it out almost to the start of October now.
Yeah, well, the Tier 1 teams will return to 50 over action in September, hence my Warwickshire-Durham game. But if you want to watch some cricket, some women's cricket tomorrow, Sunday the 3rd, Worcester Rapids women are playing Kent women at 10:30 tomorrow at Worcester Royal Grammar School ground, Flag Meadow, on the 3rd. That's tomorrow.
I think Worcestershire have got a couple of alumni actually who went to that school, and that's smashed away out to deep cover. There's a couple of players. I know Derbyshire's David Lloyd, I think, might have gone there as well.
Okay.
Might be wrong.
Maybe. And meanwhile, Steelbacks' next game is next Saturday, the 9th of August. They're going to be at Beckenham, also playing Kent. So Kent are playing this tomorrow and next Saturday.
Beckenham, home of Kent and Surrey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ironically. That's another story in itself, isn't it?
Certainly is. Clark in, dug out, full and straight. She's been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't she, for the Falcons, Francesca Clark. Just some bowlers strike you, watch them in the T20s, and you think they're going to be a good 50 over bowler, and I think she's got that about
I know what you
her.
mean. Yeah, yeah. See that? Steelbacks need 24 more runs.
Dot ball there over the practice wickets again. I think this wicket's being used tomorrow as a T20 between Derbyshire under 18s and Notts. I think that's a semi-final of some competition rather than, as we say, the Content Creators Cup on Monday. So busy few days with the ground staff. There is no rest really, as the schedule allows. When there's not cricket, there's concerts, there's fireworks in November. There's always something going on. They're going to push for 2. Here, throw comes in, it's a long way behind the wicket keeper, and Harriet Parkin, who hasn't had a bowl just yet. It'd be quite typical if she's brought on with about 5 runs to win, as is often the case.
Do you think the captain's got it in for you in that, you know?
He must do, yeah. Here's Clark, bangs that in a little bit, the effort ball. And again, the misfield, Derbyshire's fielding has fallen apart a little bit in this second innings. It's not an easy ground to field on. They are redoing the entire outfield over the winter, and you can tell it needs that work. But it's it's not been easy out there for this side, and especially in women's cricket. From your experience, you're not used to maybe always fielding in pristine outfields. No, but you want something a little bit better than this, as the umpire is nearly wiped out by Kirk's 4 down the ground. She moves along to 62. Steelbacks with 119 for 2, and they need just 17 more to win. That's a powerful shot.
It is. Amy Coyne had to take evasive action there at the bowler's end at the umpire at 4 runs. And yeah, I mean, it is difficult. Like you say, it's difficult ground to defend. It feels like the game is slipping away from you. You've already had lunch, so that's not something to look forward to. And it feels like Steelbacks are well, literally they've only got 17 runs to win this game. You've not batted your full 50 overs. You're feeling like you might be getting well, you're going to feel it's another defeat, unfortunately, potentially, unless, as we say, some sort of miracle. One should never give up hope. But
there's some cake up here,
Yeah.
The coaching staff of either side.
Anyone needs cake, yeah.
Watching in, wants some cake. There's a fair few bits, chocolate cake. They'll run quickly there. Running has been really, really good between the wickets from this pair, Ascot and Kirk. 73 the partnership now, and they are taking the Steelbacks home.
That early bit of the first 11 overs we had before lunch, it did feel like there was a period where Derbyshire put some pressure on. They got that early wicket.
Yeah, you just wonder when Kemp was dropped off Pittman, and then there were 9 runs off the next 2 balls of the free hit. That felt like not a turning point, but that would have been lovely to have before lunch. Obviously, the first over after lunch, Kemp was then bowled by Andrews trying to sweep. But they needed early wickets, and to get through the power play just 1 down was really key for Northants because the conditions were favouring the bowlers, certainly the seamers. That's full and doesn't time it at all. Does Kirk? 14 more to win.
She prods the wicket in front of her in accusatory fashion.
Hardwick wicketless so far. Driven down the ground, big puff of dust after that ball hit one of the closest practice wickets.
It has been a great wicket, though. You mentioned, that the seam bowling have enjoyed it. The spinners have got some purchase with it. And it's not had a full. It's not going to have a full 100 overs on it. So
it's definitely not a wicket where if you get out, you're thinking, well, it's a hard wicket to bat on because it favours the bowlers, but there's no demons in it really. I think maybe 1 ball kept low from the spinner.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it's just been a good wicket for a 50 over game. Derbyshire's batters just weren't able to execute again through those middle overs. The issue in the T20, and if that is an issue in the 20 over format, when you've got suddenly almost 30 overs of the middle overs in that way, it's difficult to rectify that.
Good line there from Hardwick.
Yeah, just 5 of the over, but Northants need just 12 more runs. I've got 2 overs left on commentary before you're back on the lead commentary. I wonder which one of us is going to call.
Oh yeah, little competition. Yeah.
I had to do it. I've done most of it. The losing moments this year for Derbyshire. They have won twice in the T20, and you saw one of them at Worcester.
Yeah, I did.
And that is
I was commentating on that one.
Performance Derbyshire, rely on. It is their bowling has been the strength, this season, and Northants bowling first. I think they absolutely made the right call there, to put that Derbyshire batting lineup under pressure. And Derbyshire, as good as the bowling has been, tough to defend 136.
Can they get some wickets in this last chase that Steelbacks need 12 runs in?
Just 1 fielder outside the circle at deep square. They've almost got 2 mid wickets now, 1 in the ring, 1 on one of the practice wickets, 1 just walking into the ring now. 12 to win. Just drive it down the ground, why don't you? Past the fielder at mid-on and away to the boundary. Make that 8 to win.
Single figures, yeah. It is hard. I saw the joy that Derbyshire had when they were away at Worcestershire, and I was commentating on that game. This is going to be the opposite end of the scale, I'm afraid, for them.
Here is Clark. Do it in 2 shots now, the Steelbacks, and that will be one of them. Cut away between the backward point and away to a trio of Derbyshire coaches, and 1
it's a collective
S&C, and then 1 fielder as well, not fielder but squad member, all wandering around there.
Is there a collective noun for coaches? Support staff?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Should we think of one? We're going to run out of time though.
We are as well.
4 needed to win. Clark is in her 10th over. And she's not going to get out of it because that's being launched down to long on for 4. And Ascot has gone 4-4-4. And Northants win there'll be no need for a photo finish for Ascot and Kirk because they won comfortably inside 29
He's got a
overs,
race
chasing down
course.
136. I've tried to squeeze something.
Yeah. Nice one, Freddie. He's got a race course reference in the photo finish. I like that.
Not even
Go
a
on
horse
then.
racing.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. So Ascot will finish on 38 of 48. Kirk, 65 of 80, 89 of 99. The partnership, the scoreboard, Kemp was bowled by Andrews for 26 after Hill was caught by Pittman off the bowling of Clark. But then this partnership, Kirk and Ascot, they win with 8 wickets to spare with 21.3 overs to spare. It's another heavy 50-over defeat for Derbyshire, but Northants, well, they bowled superbly and Derbyshire just didn't really test that batting lineup enough.
Yeah, there was moments, wasn't there? But unfortunately, Northants just all round tighter performance really, and then in the end, it's that inevitability to get it done within 29 overs now, 28.3 overs. So yeah, frustrating for Derbyshire, but as the players leave the pitch. But yes, so 8 wicket loss for Derbyshire, 8 wicket win for Northants, and yes, frustration for Derbyshire. So yeah, things to work on. I mean,
the
spin,
batting against it, and well, if Middlesex beat Yorkshire, that could see Northants go up to 2nd, depending on the Glamorgan game as well. So big win, for Northants, who continue
good points
to mix
for them
it with some of the big teams at the top of their table. This looks a really handy 50-over team for the Steelbacks, and they've got a very good chance of making it through to the knockouts.
So their next game, Northants' next game, as I mentioned, Saturday the 9th of August at Beckenham, where they'll be playing away at Kent. So yeah, and then heading, if they're successful, semi-finals will be Saturday the 6th of September, and then the actual final for this league will be at Visit Worcestershire New Road on Sunday the 14th of September. But yeah, it should be a good, well-fought competition, and it's interesting to see that contrast with Tier 1, particularly with when you've got Yorkshire in there who are fully paid professionals already. Glamorgan, who will go, so Yorkshire will go up at the end of this season. Glamorgan will go up at the end of the following season. So yes, it's Northants in the box seat really for possible semi-finals, and playing against some strong teams there. Given that Middlesex are the Vitality Blast T20 champions, Yorkshire are fully played professionals. Glamorgan are getting there and using, as we found out, using loans well, but. Yeah,
as a Northants, Michaela Kerr, 65 off 80. These two have played really, really well. Just knew exactly what was required of them. And Derbyshire remain winless after 5 50-over games. Middlesex away at Merchant Taylors doesn't get any easier for them next start. They've got a game against Leicestershire at Duffield, and then back here against Sussex. They play Durham here as well, or somewhere else. It's not been confirmed yet. In September. Claire, always a pleasure. Thank you for the birthday cake. I guess we'll get stuck into a bit more of that.
Happy 21st. Yeah, we'll have some more of that now.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, and glad you enjoyed your stay and your time in Derby, and hope to see you before the end of the season.
Yeah, hopefully. It's been great to work with you, Freddie. Enjoy the rest of your 21st birthday.
Yeah, I will do. I'll be getting home, putting the test match on, I'd imagine, and enjoying that and a bit more cake here as well. So it finishes here at the Central Co-op County Ground. A reminder, we've got the Content Creators Cup here on Monday. Entry is free, and then next weekend, next Sunday, Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. So you get your tickets for that. It'll be a cracking game. Otherwise, I'll be alongside Dave Fletcher on the live stream. Claire, we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Freddie.